चलिए आज आपको सैर कराते हैं महर्षि यूनिवर्सिटी। अब आपको लेकर चलते हैं नोएडा कैंपस।
After felicitation ceremony, very warm greetings to all the participants, audience, and all the esteemed dignitaries present here for the summit. We would request ma'am and sir to gather here and come on the stage for Guru Puja. I would like to welcome you all to the summit, and I hope that you will gather some informative knowledge here. I would request you all to join us with the Guru Puja. Kindly stand up for the Guru Puja.
अपवित्र पवित्रो वा सर्वावस्थान गतोऽपि वा यस्मरे पुंडरीकाक्षं सभयाभ्यन्तरशुचि आवाहनं नारायणं पद्मभवं वसिष्ठं शक्तिं च तत्पुत्रपराशरं च व्यासं शुकं गौडपदं महान्तं गोविन्दयोगीन्द्रमथास्य शिष्यं श्रीशङ्कराचार्यमथास्य पद्मा पादं च हस्तामलकं च शिष्यं तं त्रोटकं वार्तिककारमन्यान् अस्मद्गुरून् सन्ततमानतोऽस्मि श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करं शङ्करं शङ्कराचार्यं केशवं बादरायणं सूत्रभाष्यकृतो वन्दे भगवन्तो पुनः पुनः यद्वारे निखिलानिलिं पपरिषत् सिद्धिं विधत्ते निशं श्रीमच्छ्रीलसितं जगद्गुरुपदं नत्वात्मतृप्तिं गता लोकाज्ञानपयोदपाठन्धुरं श्रीशङ्करं शर्मदं ब्रह्मानन्दसरस्वतीं गुरुवरं ध्यायामि ज्योतिर्मयम् आवाहनं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः आसनं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः स्नानं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः वस्त्रं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः चंदनं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः अक्षतान् समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः पुष्पं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः धूपं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः दीपं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः नैवेद्यं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः ताम्बूलं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः श्रीफलं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः आरार्तिक्यं कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि आरार्तिक्यं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरण कमलेभ्यो नमः पुष्पाञ्जलिं गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अखंडमंडलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीब्रह्मानन्दं परं सुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं विश्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षीभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणसहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकय चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि श्रीगुरुचरणकमलेभ्यो नमः।
Now I would request our esteemed guests to kindly join us on the stage. I wholeheartedly welcome Mr. Ashok Bajpai. Mr. Ashok Bajpai sir will be joining us virtually right now, but will be soon joining us in the offline mode. Sir is the chief guest of the event. Ashok Bajpai sir is a member of the upper house in the Indian Parliament Raj Sabha. He has been an active for 40 years in Indian politics. He was elected on the occasions MLA from Hardoi constituency in Hardoi district. He was also a member of Legislative Council of UP. I would request sir to honor us with his kind words. Welcome for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
So kindly grace us with your kind words. We are more than grateful to have you with us.
Thank you.
Sir, am I audible to you?
साइबर सिक्योरिटी समिट की जो कन्वीनर श्रीमती महक राठी जी, उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण, महाराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी नोएडा द्वारा साइबर सिक्योरिटी समिट 2022 का आयोजन किया गया है। आज मुझे आपके बीच रहना था, लेकिन छठ पूजा के कारण मैं आज के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहा हूं, उसके लिए मुझे खेद है। लेकिन आप सबके बीच वर्चुअली उपस्थित होकर अपने दो शब्द कहना चाहूंगा कि आज के समय में साइबर सिक्योरिटी की एक बड़ी आवश्यकता है। जिस तरह से डिजिटल वर्किंग का विस्तार हो रहा है, उसी तरीके से तमाम सारे फ्रॉड भी हो रहे हैं और खासतौर से बैंकिंग सेक्टर में बड़े पैमाने पर कि डिजिटल फ्रॉड की घटनाएं सामने आई हैं, तो इसको लेकर साइबर सिक्योरिटी आज एक बड़ी आवश्यकता महसूस की जा रही है। और इसके लिए आज ये साइबर सिक्योरिटी समिट का आयोजन करके आपने एक बड़ा सामयिक सेमिनार आयोजित करने का काम किया है। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में तमाम सारे विद्वानों के सुझाव आएंगे और साइबर सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर जिन लोगों की जो मोस्ट मॉडर्न स्टडीज हैं उस सब का लाभ कन्वेंशन में आए हुए सारे लोगों को मिल सकेगा। आज के इस सामयिक विषय पर चर्चा करने के लिए बहुत सारे विद्वान आज हमारे बीच हैं, जिनको सुनना भी एक अपने में अच्छी बात होगी कि उनसे बहुत सारी जानकारियां हमारे डेलीगेट्स को मिल सकेंगी और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो उद्देश्य है वो पर्पसफुल हो सकेगा, प्राप्त हो सकेगा। क्योंकि आज आवश्यकता है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी के विस्तार की, क्योंकि जिस तरह की फ्रॉड घटनाएं हो रही हैं, फ्रॉडलेंट हो रहा है, उस सब को लेकर आज एक चिंता का विषय है कि आज की आवश्यकता है डिजिटल उपयोगिता, और उस आवश्यकता में जहां गुंजाइश हो रही है कि तमाम तरह के फ्रॉड होने की, तमाम तरह के साइबर क्राइम होने की, उनको रोकने के लिए भी उतनी ही तत्परता के साथ उपाय होने चाहिए। और आज चाहे वो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया हो या दूसरी संस्थाएं हो, वो भी इसके लिए प्राथमिकता के आधार पर प्रयास भी कर रही हैं और लोगों को इसको साइबर सिक्योरिटी के लिए आगाह भी करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और खासतौर से बैंकिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन में इस बात की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है कि साइबर क्राइम को कैसे रोका जा सके। आज की ये कॉन्फ्रेंस, आज का ये समिट निश्चित रूप से मील का पत्थर साबित होगा और आप सबके विचारों से साइबर सिक्योरिटी के संबंध में कोई एक ऐसा ब्लूप्रिंट तैयार होगा जिससे कि आगे भारत में साइबर सिक्योरिटी की दिशा में हम लोग काफी सुरक्षित महसूस कर सकेंगे और साइबर क्राइम को रोकने में हम लोग कामयाब हो सकेंगे। और इस दिशा में आप सबने आज मुझे अपने बीच मिलाया, आप सब विद्वानों को सुनने का भी अवसर मिलेगा। मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं कि इस तात्कालिक विषय के ऊपर जो आज चर्चा होगी बहुत लाभकारी होगी। मैं इस समिट की सफलता की कामना करता हूं और एक ऐसे महर्षि योगी के विश्वविद्यालय में साइबर सिक्योरिटी समिट हो रहा है तो अपने आप में सफल होगा, क्योंकि महर्षि महेश योगी जी का आशीर्वाद हमारे डेलीगेट्स के साथ होगा, संस्था के साथ होगा और संस्था अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करे, ऐसी मेरी शुभकामना है। आप सबने बुलाया, ये सम्मान दिया, उसके लिए आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much for gracing us with your kind words, sir. Very warm greetings to all the participants, audience, and all the esteemed dignitaries present here for the summit. Firstly, I would like to thank Knowledge Teas and Maharishi University of Information Technology for organizing World Cyber Security Summit 2022 for the benefit of the students and professionals. With our continuous efforts and will to do something for society and move up towards a successful and fulfilling world, we all had the opportunity to be present here together. This informative summit will not only guide us all, but also educate us regarding a variety of pertaining to cyber laws and cyber security issues. I would like to welcome you all, inform you that the summit will completely enlighten you, as cybersecurity has become a major concern and issue of discussion in all the sectors. Now, we will begin with the felicitation ceremony. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so. Now, I would request Mehak Rathi, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Dr. Nitish Kumar Upadhyay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I request KB Asthana Sir, Dean, School of Law, MUIT University, to felicitate K. Shankar, Principal Director and Professor of Criminology, International Institute of Crime and Security Sciences. Now, I request Mr. Bhanu Pratap Sir, Dean Animation Department, to kindly felicitate Professor Group Captain O.P. Sharma, DG MUIT. Thank you so much to all our guests, our esteemed guests, to join us today. It's my great honor to have Shri Ajay Prakash Sir, Honorable Chancellor, MUIT University. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Sir to enlighten us with his kind words.
Jai Gurudev. This organization of the summit by the university is a very good idea and very timely, as Bajpai sir said, that it's very timely that we talk about these things, because now the use of online transaction is basically the cyber crimes happens in the field of financial transaction. Mostly, there are other areas also, but mostly in the field of financial transaction. So it's very timely that the university has organized this event and talking about it. I think one of the idea we should, from this summit, we should bring out is that we should write to the government some recommendations that come out from this meetings, from this summit, and those recommendation could be in the field of improving the IT laws. Of course, the government is continuing to improve it, but more suggestions are needed. And one of the things that is very important is timely and expedient disposal of cyber crime related cyber crime related laws, the cases that are filed. Because if there is speedy disposal and some exemplary punishment, then the things will start come down. The criminals will start thinking whether I should do this or not for few hundred rupees or few thousand rupees, because the punishment is much greater than that. This whatever nowadays, anything that is connected online, all our data is insecure. We all know that, but still we make mistakes. We have to educate our people in the country also how to be secure about online behavior. We have to probably the universities to bring out a guide, kind of a guide, what should be the kind of a behavior guide for online work that people do. I remember about almost 15-20 years ago, when these smartphones were not there, only laptop were there. I met a group of people in Europe, and they claim themselves to be software developers. So we were talking about some for our university in Europe and America, we were talking about how to connect the computers, networking and all that. So for that purpose, I met that group. So I asked them very plain question, how to be safe online. Later on found out they were really expert in hacking. They were hacking expert. So I asked them, what is the best way to be safe online? Because we were setting up network for our university in America and Holland. The head of that group is that the only way you can be safe online, you never connect your computer to online. Put all your data in a computer, never connect that computer to online, because if you connect your computer in whatever way, we can access that. And that was, I think, more than 20 years ago. You can see the technology has developed so much, how much they can access now. Now we have this smartphone and all our data in this smartphone. And these people who know how to hack the computer, how to hack the phone, they can read our data, all our data. So we have to bring out two things from this summit, recommendations kind of thing, how to a guideline for general public, how to prevent their data, their online private data to go into the hands of the cyber criminals. And then another recommendation for government for expedite trial for an exemplary punishment for cyber criminals. I think we have a lot of experts here who know about cyber activity, cyber crime, and then we have a lot of experts who know the legal issues. So I will just leave it that and let them work out and suggest what to do about these issues. Thank you very much. Jai Gurudev.
Thank you so much for your kind words. So now I would request Professor K. Jayashankar, Principal Director and Professor of Criminology, International Institute of Crime and Security Sciences, to grace us with his kind words.
Good morning, everyone. I thank the organizers, Dr. Nitish Upadhyay and Megakrati, for inviting me to this wonderful conference. And also, after I came here, I have understood that I'm in a very great spiritual institution. Before coming here, I didn't know about this institution, but I'm standing here very proud and had a good discussion with the Chancellor and the group captain, who is the Director General. And we had a lot of talks in terms of spiritual criminology, and looks like a wonderful collaboration need to happen. So basically, when we talk about cybercrime per se, it's a kind of a modern day invention, even though that in the 40s and the 50s, telecommunication networks started in the US and other countries. Phone phreaking and other things happened. Later in the 70s, when the US started ARPANET for the defense force, they kept it for themselves. It's not open. But later in the 80s, it was open to the universities. And slowly the internet started in the late 80s and 90s. But after that, only we are finding that the invention of social media came and public started moving in. Before the convention of cybercrime in Budapest, people were thinking only hacking. Now also in this conference also, I think most of the people are going to concentrate on hacking. But as a criminologist, my concern is not about the machine, but about the human in front of the machine. It can be an offender, it can be a victim, it can be you, it can be me. So until 2001 Budapest Convention, nobody talked about humans. In fact, that convention first started talking about child pornography, hate crimes, where humans are attacked through online. And later, my mentor, Professor David Wall from the UK, he divided cyber crimes into types, where he was talking more about the victimization of humans. So in the year 2007, I launched a discipline called cybercriminology that looks in the impact on the humans, which they are online. And that is a discipline now, it has been developed. And also I developed a theory called space transition theory of cybercrimes, where I believe the movement of people from one space to another, they behave differently. So that way you can find that the identification of an offender in the cyberspace is not easy then compared to the identification of an offender in the real space. So even today morning, I was talking about that most of the prison offenders are marginalized, poor, or downtrodden for conventional crimes, per se, when it comes to cybercrime, those who are elitist in nature, they are the offenders. But to identify an offender online is not that easy like identifying what you call offender offline because of the geographical coordinates. Cyberspace is a space that which doesn't have the geographical coordinates, and it is difficult that from where the person is attacking us. So he may be in the next door, but he may be utilizing or morphing an IP address which may come from Australia or America. So that it's IP spoofing is being also done. So that I believe that our concentration should be more on the humans, because after the arrival of the social media, at least of the billion population of the world are inside Facebook and other social media, and many are victimized. And we have also found out certain patterns. And I have founded a center along with my colleague Debarati called a Center for Cyber Victim Counseling in 2010, which is a free center online. And we have counseled more than 5,000 victims. And we have found the various patterns, like more women are victimized compared to men when it comes to emotional type of crimes, whereas men are more victimized when it comes to property oriented crimes such as identity theft or fraud. Even currently, I'm working on a kind of a documentary which is on romance scam, where many women are victimized by people online, posing them as military men and other things. So you see, large number of people are now thronging to the cyberspace. One big problem with cyberspace, what I'm seeing is that it is not an international space. So we should be very clear on that. It is an American space. It's more governed by the American laws. It's more of American systems. So what we think in our Indian context may not be a crime in the American context. So some of you may be cyberbullied, but when you report to the Facebook, they will say that it is not against our community standards, but it is against our Indian community standards. But still, that's a big problem. So I see that this particular conference should concentrate more on the cybersecurity of the individuals per se, not necessarily only on the corporations and the governments, because they are larger bodies that they can take care of themselves. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Ajay Kumar, Dean Academics, to grace us with his kind words.
On behalf of MUIT family, I welcome honorable guests for the World Cyber Security Summit, my colleagues, the delegates, students, for coming to this August program that we have organized at MUIT campus Noida. I would also like to thank our knowledge partner, Knowledge Tees, for being such a wonderful partner and making this program a huge success. Coming to the concept of cybersecurity, this concept lately has become a matter of great development, but also a subject of great concern. The very fact that the whole world has become so technologically advanced, everything means everything, right from waking up to sleeping, we are somehow, somewhere connected with the internet, connected with the mobiles, connected with the computers. And this very fact, we have almost 300 billion users in terms of mobile phones and in terms of internet. And that has opened up a can of worms in certain senses. If you look at what kind of leverage, what kind of situation it has created in terms of crime, we have got a classical example of Sukesh Chandrasekharan. This whole technological advances, though it seemed to have made our life much easier, but it also has made life of cyber criminals lot easier. Sukesh Chandrasekharan, and for that matter, number of criminals, they don't want to get outside the jail and commit crimes. Now they stay in the four walls of their house, four walls of their prison, extort a ransom of almost 200 crore rupees from Renbeksi group, without the victim actually realizing that this person is a con man sitting in Tihar jail, one of the highest security prison in the country, and committing a con thing. And this is not an isolated incident. So like our Chancellor Sir has stated, that the best way to get yourself protected from these kind of cyber crimes, what was relevant to 20 years back, 30 years back, 40 years back, was to stay offline and never get into an online mode, stays relevant today. If I was reading somewhere in Russia, majority of intelligence department, internal security department, they have stopped using the desktops, the computers for the internal correspondence and communication. They have reverted back to the manual typewriter thing. And that is a very effective way of stopping this whole kind of, snooping on through the cyberspace. And when we say cyberspace, it's not that it has to be necessarily your phone should be on, your mobile should be on, your desktop, your laptop should be on. The technology has reached a level where even when your mobile phone is switched off, your system is switched off, it can still be accessed. Coming back to Indian scenario, when we are talking about cyber security, I did my PG diploma in cyber law in 2005. And one thing that amazed me at that point of time, 2005 is still relevant in 2022, is that we have nothing what we call cyber law in Indian scenario. We have got an IT Act that talks a bit about cyber crimes, and it talks about e-commerce and lot many things, but we don't seem to having a law that specifically deals with the cyber crimes for that matter. We are still dealing majorly with cyber crimes through IPC and a bit of IT Act, wherein IT Act comes handy stating that the crime was committed either through computer or the crime was where the computer was a medium. So I believe this summit is going to be a window wherein we can suggest certain measures wherein we can have a robust mechanism to tackle these kind of cyber crimes, to have an effective law in place, and also suggest certain measures and guidelines to the government of India. I welcome you all again for this World Cybersecurity Summit. And we believe that we will learn something from you and you will learn something from the delegates who are here. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I take immense pleasure to invite Professor Group Captain O.P. Sharma, DG MUIT, to come over to the dais to grace us with his kind words.
Honorable Chancellor, sir, my friend sitting this side on the stage with me, and all who are there on the other side. We are all insiders. There is no outsider. Because Maharishi University has no gates which are known as exit gates. We only have entry gates. So all of you are welcome to be insider. Coming to the theme of this summit, World Summit on Cyber Security. Being feasted, intellectual feast, being so arranged by Nitesh Upadhyay, the person who runs an organization, Knowledge Education Hub. And the credit for all MUITians must be given to our Dean Academics, Professor Ajay Kumar. Clapping for him and also for Nitesh Upadhyay. It's a treat to be with these select intellectuals. I have had the glimpse of this while sitting for some time in the conference hall with Honorable Chancellor and some of the participants in the World Summit on Cyber Security. We are familiar with cyber as well as with security. We all know it and know it very well. There's nothing new about the subject. But what is new about this subject is that since it is a matter of reality, we got to have a check on this so as to secure ourselves as individual, as personal, as organizational matters. My personal self has three aspects. O.P. Sharma. O.P. Sharma connected with people, friends and family, and O.P. Sharma connected with the organizations, which includes primarily now MUIT and many other organizations, including the country and the world, and my relationship with each human being. How am I going to secure myself? That is the question which this World Summit is going to give you answer. There are challenges. We have been living with this. Advancement is taking place. Technology every day. With the advent of IA and ML, this has really come as an advancement for us to secure us more and more and more effectively. What is happening today, in fact, it's a matter of surprise. All of you must have experienced. Other day, I was seeing one serial, Pakistani serial, Humsafar. And in my laptop in the office, I find the ads of Hum series coming up again and again to remind me, this is the latest. Please see in your OTT. I was for a moment surprised, but then I remembered that this is what is going to happen, this is what is happening. Ethical hacking part, we keep on talking. Should ethical hacking must take place? Yes, it is necessary to secure our organizations, to secure our governmental forces, to secure those aspects which we do not want others to know about it. But what is to be done by us? Friends, take it from me that if we do not take technology as a servant and take it as a master, we are going to remain insecure. My first recommendation, which Honorable Chancellor Sir wanted us to make, is that each one of us must understand technology is our servant and not our master. I go back to class 4 or class 5. When we were required by our teachers to write an essay of limited words. Science is a good servant, but a bad master. Remember all this, that you have to manage technology and you are not to be managed by technology. And what is happening today is that we tend to be managed by technology. First recommendation is for your own education, for your own welfare, for your own security, for your own safety. Then learn that technology got to be guided by me and not me to be guided by technology. The second recommendation is education itself. We must first educate ourselves how to secure. I have a question, a lurking question in my mind, that how far we are educated with regard to keeping ourselves secure. Most of us are not. This World Summit is going to suggest to us that this is the challenge for education in security, cyber security. It's a matter of personal security. It's a matter of my security. It's a matter of your security. And we must learn how to secure ourselves. It's a matter of education. Third recommendation which must be made is that we must learn to govern ourselves in a right direction. It is a matter of our self-governance. Let us not transfer the accountability. If today I get caught by a hacker, it is certainly the error, the default lies on my part. I must have been trying to venture upon certain things which I should not do. In fact, Professor Jaishankar just gave reference of quite a few things. I am the chief counselor of the society, International Aged Care Society. And I must share with you, the people of my age, how they have been trapped in hacking. And they have lost a lot of money, merely because they just wanted to have fun by playing with their computer, with their laptop, with their mobile. They got caught and ultimately lost a large sum of amount from their money, from their pocket. So what is required is that we must govern ourselves well and govern in a manner which will certainly guarantee security for all of us. And for this, education is the only answer. I just, by the way, requested Professor Jaishankar to have a MOU with us. I took the liberty, not even consulting our Honorable Chancellor. And I often take the liberty in doing things which will take us for greater heights. And certainly this MOU will be in the area of, sir, on Vedic science. And he talked of the spirituality criminology, a subject which is very dear to all of us in MUIT. And we are going to work on this. I shared the discipline of law. I shared the discipline of behavioral sciences. And I am with you. I would like to watch what is going to happen in 2 days, today and tomorrow. Good luck and Godspeed. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. I am very much delighted to invite Dr. Nitish Kumar Upadhyay, Associate Professor, Galgotias Universities and founder of Knowledge Teas. Words will be less to introduce, sir. So without much ado, sir, kindly grace us with your kind words.
Good morning. Good morning. Mobile generation. Good morning. Really nice, sir. वो आर्मी वाला feel आपकी तरफ से. Thank you. Sir was saying that mobile has become the master. It's actually because most of the people are either looking at the mobile or either handling the mobile. Most of the time, my wife also complains that I'm with my mobile more than I talk to her. It happens, the kind of the work we do. Whereas when we are talking in terms of cyber security or cyber crime, everybody, when you ask them cyber security, they will first thing they'll relate to that there is something called cyber crime. But where this cyber crime is defined, IT Act 2000 does not define cyber crime. It defines two sets of crimes. One is section 43, other is section 66, 67. One is, you can say that it is cyber tort, other is cyber crime, but there is no definition of cyber crime as such. So definition comes from United Nations Organization on Transnational Crimes. I think I'm right with it. And they have defined cyber crime. And then when we are studying cyber crime, there are at least 80 of them that I have studied. 80 different names. Sometimes it becomes tough. What is the difference between blue jogging, blue snurfing, and blue sticking? What is the difference between hijacking, hacktivism, and hacking? What is the difference between a Jews, a worm, or a Trojan horse? What is the difference between, let's take a Nigerian attack, economic fraud, or a lottery scam? What is the difference between wishing, phishing? And it becomes very technical. To be honest, to all the people who want to read about this, just go through the names first. How many categories are there? No doubt there will be basic 3 categories: against persons, against finance, and against the country. So cyber warfare, cyber terrorism, all those fall in the 3rd domain. So just go through once with all these names, and then you will find that everything we do, the smallest move that we make, sometimes we are committing a cyber crime. Or let's take a cyber contravention, if I'm not saying a crime, because data diddling may not be a cyber crime, but it's a cyber contravention. If you are doing to a degree, then it becomes a cyber crime. I'll give you an example of a movie. How many of you have watched 3 Idiots? Okay. Anywhere you can find that there was a violation of a cyber law there, and which was the most hilarious scene of the movie? Speech of Chatur, who was not Chatur to use his own language, and there was the data diddling, some words were changed, and then he has spoken all those, and we have seen that long 5 minutes video. Sometimes when you're watching, when these things are shown, students and people around tend to make such mistakes. It says unauthorized access. Even if I'm taking somebody's phone without consent, it falls under a domain of IT. I'm using my pen drive to your laptop. There is a virus in my pen drive. I'm not knowing about it. And it has removed some data from your laptop or desktop. Did I committed a crime? No, because my intentions were not there. The answer is yes, I committed. My intentions were not there. That was not important. I did a cyber tort, not basically I can say it's a cyber crime. I committed a cyber tort under section 43. All the data that is removed from your system, you can actually claim money for the same. So very small things are there that we need to take care. And when you're talking in terms of country like India, people have the smartphone last 10 years. There are still people who are using that old type of a phone. I see a lot of people using them. Sometimes I also find myself that life is worse when this is there, because everybody can track where I am, what I'm doing. वो button वाला phone अच्छा है. Double tick bata deta that I have read your message, which I may not want to reply. So now the basically 3 major things that even government of India focuses on. The first thing is, you may have heard that, okay, whenever you receive a mail that you have won so much by so much so-and-so company, do not respond to it. To be honest, I have received so many lottery scam mails that if I calculate all the amount that is being given to me, I can purchase US. Every day, some $10,000, $15,000 I'm getting. There are people who are trapped into it. The second level of problem, especially in India, that goes to sextortion. And there is one thing that we do under Knowledge Teas. We have a campaign to fight against sextortion. And we have rescued from the traps of these sextort people, around 15 to 20 of them in last 6 months. So basic modus operandi is that you'll receive a video call from unknown number, or sometimes maybe it's a social engineering. The person has done a chatting with you through Facebook or through WhatsApp for a very long time, and then you receive a video call. This video call has some sexually explicit content, and your image will be captured through screen sharing, through screen recording. And then you will start receiving complaint that we are uploading your video on YouTube, or you'll receive a call from a police officer. And then they will ask for money. So there are a lot of students who visited me, sir, I'm very sorry to discuss with you, but this has happened with me. And now they're asking 50,000 rupees from me. I said, you are studying law. For any crime, do they come to arrest you, or do they tell you that, okay, you deposit this much money and we'll leave you? So this case, when I have seen, I have actually had the word with the person who was giving the call, and he was like that there is a case against your client. Because I did law, so I sometimes, when these kind of things comes, I'm lawyer, I'm not a professor. So I said, Advocate Nitish Upadhyay speaking, can you tell under which all sections my client is booked? The person was having no response for the same. There are people, there is one case I know, somebody committed suicide because of sextortion, because she cannot meet up with the demands of the person again and again. So there have been this second issue. So first regarding finance, second regarding this, and third regarding data, basically regarding privacy. And one thing that is being told that whenever you are online, if you can see anything, anything can see you as well. You see everybody, everybody is seeing you as well. So when you're talking in terms of privacy, including privacy related to morning, we're having discussion regarding copyright, patent and things, goes to privacy to economic things as well. But privacy, if you say that regarding me and my life, then online there is an issue with it. Pegasus, we all have heard of that there is some kind of things are there. It is just kind of a juice or a Trojan horse that enters your system. And there are other lot of things which I cannot discuss in a small span of time, but I'll request you to go through a book called A to Z of Cybercrime. It is by Asian School of Cyber Laws, very old book. There are another 20-30 editions to it. At least you can get 80 of them in this book regarding what different types of cyber crimes are there. And then other thing that we face is adware, malware, stealware. Adware will show ads, so sometimes it is downloaded whenever you're watching something unknowingly. Stealware will steal your data, and malware can do anything, any other cyber crime that it is planned for. So we are actually in a world where things are a little tough for us when you say cyber security. Then sir was talking about AI and ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, feature learning, and God knows what all learning is going on. Everything is intelligent except human beings. So you have a smartphones, but not a smart individuals, not to click on something which is not necessary to be clicked. So AI is also called as dual purpose technology. It can do a cyber crime and it can protect a cyber crime. So one of the Polish, I'll give you an example. One of the Polish people, researchers, they have created a AI called Lolita. This AI is a girl of 16 years. She can enter any chat room and can talk to any person like a girl of 16 years, making grammatical mistakes, sending emojis, hearts and things. And the basic job of this software, Lolita, this AI, is to catch pedophiles. So as soon as there is a pedophile who enters their room and chats with this particular AI device, the information is sent to the law enforcement agency that we have identified these pedophiles here. So AI, dual technologies can be very important, one for protection, another for doing some nuisance. And AI definitely have a lot nuisance value. There is anything possible. You can hack system, dams, military codes, anything is possible through AI. The next thing that AI is going through, and which I say is a future generation cybercrime, is deep fakes. So like I'm speaking, I have a way of speaking, the kind of a language I use, the way my body moves, the expression that I have. Definitely it's not good when I see myself in mirror sometimes before delivering a lecture or something, but yeah, it reads. Deepfakes read all your emotions, word and expressions, and then you can create anything. So the first porn of Scarlett Jackson based on deepfakes come 3 years back, but technology is not very high grade. So you can identify that, okay, this is not the same person. But I tell you, days are not for another 10 years, deepfakes, you can use it to deliver replica of my lecture, what I'm doing now, with a different content. And this AI machine will be able to do it. So AI is a bigger domain, machine learning the narrower one, and then deep learning. There are, I heard the people from IT also, who will be well versed with all these more than me, because I study, I don't practice cybersecurity or AI. I study AI. What is the problem with AI and law? How it affects war law, how it affects gender rights, how it affects, let's take intellectual property rights. But you ask me, can you devise a AI? Can you put some information into AI? I'll be like, no, this is not my domain. So I tell you, there should be a kind of a course or a training program where the people who have information of AI and cybersecurity should teach us, and we can do the vice versa with teaching them about the legal complications that they may face when they are designing such kind of AI devices or machine learning devices. So cyber law is no doubt 2000, first time it came in India. It came from a electronic commerce model law. And then you have a lot of other things come up as rules, intermediary guideline, intermediary rules. Then you have cyber cafe rules. almost for everything there is a set law. No doubt we are using certain umbrella terms. So even if you are doing any crime, it does not squarely fall in those, but the umbrella term will take care of those crimes. So law is fine. Only two things is necessary. One is awareness. Awareness, not how to save yourself, but awareness not to misuse it. Saving government is doing enough. I think we should take this to a school level where we can tell students what not to do. Do not impersonate. Do not be an angel prayer. Not necessary. I hope this is a very common joke that there are a lot of profile with this name. So do not have fake profiles, stolen identities and things. And if we are able to do that at a school level, I think the number of, I say, innocent cyber crimes will stop. The planned people who are into it, organized crime, they'll continue their work. So I'm really thankful to MUIT for giving this opportunity, all my seniors, teachers, and my students who are here. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope that our audience and participants have taken note of all the key points sir has told us. Now I would request Maharishi ma'am, convener of the summit, to grace us with her kind words.
Good morning, everyone. Little louder. Good morning, everyone. I guess you've missed your breakfast today. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Perfect. So no offense to all the people sitting on the dais, but I found OP sir to be the most enthusiastic and most energetic. So can we say a good morning, the loudest one to OP sir? Good morning, sir. See, sir is speaking louder than all of you. Good morning, sir. Good morning. 50 people on this side and sir on that side. Still loud than all of you. Okay. So I would like to thank you all for being part of World Cybersecurity Summit being organized by Knowledge Tees and MUIT. The response for this summit has been, I'm so sorry. The response for the summit has been extremely overwhelming. When we planned this summit, if there were any delays, if there were anything, this is entirely a student-run event. Students were managing all the things, so I apologize for that. And when I planned this summit, when the summit was undergoing, I just gave a call to Ajay sir. So we're planning this up with MUIT. Yes, Ajay sir. Would MUIT be interested in partnering with us? And it was a simple yes from sir. And after that, sir and Kamshad, they arranged each and everything. So of course, special thanks to them. But two people who need special mention here, student members from our team, Sanidhya Kulshresht and Harsha Agarwal. They work day in and day out to make this event a grand success. I would like to thank our chief guest, Shri Ashok Bajpai ji, for joining us. He had to join us physically, but somehow he could not come. I'm hoping to see him during the day. Special thanks to Jay Shankar sir for coming down from Bangalore. Now I would like to thank Shri Ajay Prakash Srivastav sir, OP sir, Rahul Bharadwaj, Shri Sanjay Kamal sir, Girish Agnihotri sir, and the IT team of MUIT. And special thanks to Kamshad for managing everything. Coming back, I would like to thank Dr. Naftika, Dr. Ankita, and the entire student team comprising of Bharat, Mahima, Muskan, Saloni, Ritika. I would like to thank our partners. We do have SS Rana and company with us, lawyers from there. So this is just the beginning. The stage has been set, and the next 2 days you will hear all about cybersecurity from the experts. We have some really amazing people coming. So keep the enthusiasm high, stay with us, because this is something which needs attention. And this is the first event that we are doing on cybersecurity. Because I do not recall doing any Zoom call before COVID. There are so many challenges. We've talked about challenges that the online system is posing. So when we are talking about the challenges, there has to be someone who talks about the solutions also. So I think these forums like these and hearing the experts will help us out, come out with some solutions. And of course, education will play a very vital role. So next 2 days, I hope to see you all and more of you. There are a lot of us who've joined online also. So thank you so much. Looking forward. Thank you so much, everyone. We shall be starting with the next session in another 10 to 15 minutes. And I hope to see you back again in 15 minutes.
I welcome you all again to the dialogue on national analysis of increasing use of technology and suggestions to strengthen measures for cybersecurity. Our speakers for the day are Ms. Anuradha Gandhi, mentor to women entrepreneurs at Her and Now South Delhi, India. Professor K. Shankar, Principal Director and Professor of Criminology and Crime Science at the International Institute of Crime and Security Sciences. And Mr. Pravik Biswas, IPR Attorney, Managing Associate at SNSS Rana and Company, South Delhi, India. Our moderator for the day is Dr. Naftika Singh Nautiyal. I would like to call Dr. Nitesh Kumar Upadhyay to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Naftika Nautiyal. Now, I would request Mehak Rathi ma'am to felicitate Ms. Anuradha Gandhi. Now, I would request Kamcha sir to felicitate Mr. Praneet Biswas. Now, I would again like to call Dr. Nitish Kumar Upadhyay, sir, to felicitate Professor K. Shankar. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our moderator for the event, Dr. Naftika Singh Nautiyal. Dr. Naftika Singh Nautiyal, presently working as an assistant professor in School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies at National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. She has 9 years of teaching and research experience. She has completed her philosophy of doctorate in inter-country adoption laws from Uttarakhand University, Dehradun, and LLM from Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. All the words said for her introduction will always be always be less. But I would like to say she's a friend, mentor, teacher, and trainer for young budding professionals. I would request ma'am to take over the stage.
Thank you so much, Muskan. It is an indeed honor to be introduced by your own students. So please give a big round of applause for Muskan. So friends, let me take this opportunity to invite you all to the first panel discussion of the Cyber Security Summit. The topic for this panel discussion, I don't know whether you have read the schedule or not, but it is so interesting that let me take this opportunity to introduce the topic to you all. The topic, the team behind the topic has, very beautifully and categorically made it so crisp. It says dimensional analysis of increasing use of technology. So this is first part of this, and suggestions to strengthen measures for cybersecurity. So the whole, panel discussion is divided into two aspects. The first one is why the need is there and why, the strengthening or suggestions are required. First, we have to think, because we all know that how many gadgets we are having. We are having a laptop, we are having a mobile phone, we are having a Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth microphones, we have iPad. It is in the fashion now that we have to carry. Other than these, how many other electronic gadgets we are connected to? We have never thought about it. Do you? What about the security cameras in your building or in your particular office? Have you ever bothered that whenever you are coming, you are going, you've been captured? There is a quotation, there is a quote also written, please smile, you are in camera. And we are always, under the primitive or premises of camera. So that is another aspect. The next one is, which is, we never bother about the small chips and, the cards which are nearby. For instance, whenever we are making a video call to the other person, have you bothered that the person is taking a screenshot and creating a meme? It is a new threat. Yesterday when I was giving a talk with respect to cyber crime against children and women, I was amazed to see the NCRB data where, you won't believe that 65% increase is there with respect to the cyber crime against children and women from the last 1 year. But then there was a decrease from 2020 to 2022. Why there was a decrease? Because in 2020, when there was the emergence of COVID and the online classes and everything was there, I don't know the teachers who are sitting or the people who been victimized. We all been victimized. The students took the screenshot, created a meme and posted in their personal group. Those pictures, those meme never came to us, but we got the stories after the meme. We were the secondary victim. We were not knowing that, okay, we've been victimized, but there was a victimization. We never talk about this. So friends, due to the increase of, as Nitish sir has said, there are dimensions, there are different dimensions. So due to the increase of, online presence, me and Jaishankar sir just was talking because of these online, conferences and webinars and events. I can see the empty chair in this hall. If those 2 years or 1.5 years will delete out of our life, this hall needs 100 or 150 more chairs. Why? Because we are habitual now, but we have become habitual offenders also. So with this benchmark, let me take this opportunity to introduce a wonderful panel, because I'm the moderator only. I have limited time. We have first panelist, Professor Dr. K. Jaishankar, sir, he is currently the founding principal director and professor of criminology and crime sciences of the International Institute of Crime and Security Sciences, Bangalore, Karnataka. Jaishankar sir was earlier the directly appointed full professor and head of Department of Criminology at the Raksha Shakti University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. We welcome you, sir, to this first panel. Please give a big round of applause for sir. The second speaker, and I don't know whether you have noticed or not, before sir has joined, there was equality of gender, 2 female and 2 male on the panel. So let me also compliment the team behind it. They have even see the balance that, okay, 2 male, 2 female. Let's have the equal representation. So let me take the opportunity to introduce Anuradha Gandhi ma'am. Ma'am is currently, okay, ma'am is, see, when I'm reading her profile, it is so amazing. She is passionate about using her competencies to bring about positive change at workplace. This is the need of the hour. And let me say, ma'am, we all are being victimized of the workplace stress. Now, this is the new thing which is coming is the work-life balance. So, ma'am, this is the need of the hour, which is there in your profile, and I can read. Ma'am has done her law degree from Campus Law Center, Delhi University in 1996. So, why I'm saying this here? Because this can say itself that ma'am has a lot of experience. So with these words, ma'am, we welcome you to the panel discussion. Can we have a big round of applause for her? The last but not the least, the young man which I can see is Praneet Biswas. He is a managing associate in SS Rana and Company Enforcement. He is an alumni of NLU Odisha and having a master's degree in IP laws from NLU Jodhpur. He is currently a managing associate and deputy team lead. Why I'm reading this deputy team lead? Because in the morning we were sitting in conference hall. Let me take this opportunity to say this. He has introduced his team with the expertise area. See, this is the team, this is the quality of a team leader where the team building is important. So with these words, sir, I welcome you to this panel discussion. If Mehak allows me, I can take the first question for the panel, please. Okay, so we have a hand mic. Okay, thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. So my first question is to Jaishankar sir. Sir, the new online platforms are the threat posed by the platform, for example, the Zoom bombing and the security issues. We wish you to highlight your experience and your expertise at how we can save ourselves. Because when Zoom or online this thing has started, there was a victimization. So I would like to ask you, sir, how to be saved ourselves, because see, this is the new normal and this will not go away. So this is my first question, sir, please.
Thank you, Nautika. I think there are many instances in the recent past, in the 2 years, that many unknown persons have entered into some Zoom platform of classrooms, especially school teaching or even university teaching also they have entered, and they have abused. And a new term called Zoom bombing has also happened now. The main problem now, what I'm seeing in these platforms, for example, Google Meet or Teams or Cisco, then Zoom, these are, of course, are all corporates. We should not forget that they're not charities. So they tend to open us for free. What for free? And nothing is free in the internet. Everything comes with a price. So when we enter these Zoom or other platforms which are new, they tend to collect our data in every form. That we have to accept that, whether in the name or whether our age or whether our photographs, We don't know who is recording from which side also. So it's like a thing that we have watched everywhere. There was a movie called Truman Show. I don't know how many people have watched that earlier. The mask hero, what is his name? He was the actor there. In that movie, what they will show is that he's the only person in the whole set who doesn't know that he's in a set, but the entire village is monitored by cameras, and everyone outside the set is watching what Truman is doing on a day-to-day basis, except for the washroom and the bedroom. Every activity of Truman will be watched by people, and the TRP rating will increase like anything. So I believe that we have become a society like the same Truman Show, which we are all the actors, which we do not know who is watching from where. So we are in a one-way glass wall where we are here, but the other way glass wall, somebody is watching us from sitting in California. So this is a vulnerability which we have created for various reasons. See, for example, as I told earlier, nothing is free in this world. I believe only mother's milk is free. Other than that, everything is having a price. So online, they show that it is free. So Zoom is free, Google Meet is free, everything is free. But how do they get large amount of money? They are the internet giants. So if they don't have money, why do they behave like charities giving us free? So vulnerability is connected with freeness. So anything you buy, then vulnerability will be less. But we are not a society to purchase which are intangible things. We are interested only to purchase which are tangible things. For example, if I want to purchase this bottle, I am very much interested. But a software, if something which I cannot touch and feel, I will not be much interested to purchase. So some of these Zoom calls or premium versions are also available, or Google Meet also premium versions are available where we need to purchase. But normally we won't do that. We will do only any free thing. Same thing if you find Microsoft, for example, we are using more the Office, MS Office compared to the other softwares. For example, there is a Ubuntu, and many free open source softwares are there, but we will never use that for reasons that already Microsoft has sent several pirated versions themselves. So why do the corporates send pirated versions themselves? Is to make us familiarize. So more we get familiarized with a pirated version of a software, then we will be utilizing their services in the premium also. So that is the idea of Microsoft. So once the Microsoft version 7 comes, if it is free, the 8 will not be free, or the 11 will not be free. Then the update which we need to do will be with the price. Once you are a slave to MS Office, you will not like to use any other office, even though it looks similar also. Same thing happens with this Zoom or other meets platforms. We are all happy with that because it is first came with free. As I told, it is not free. So somebody is watching us, somebody is collecting data, not only collecting data, but they are monetizing it. So all our data are sold to people, and that way our phone numbers are already with them, because we may join with an email ID, but we may also give our phone number in some places. So which makes us more vulnerable. But you see, people are not when it comes to online, I always feel that people become lighter. All right. When you go to a railway station and travel with a passenger, what happens is that you start behaving as if they are friend for several years and open up your love stories even. Same thing happens when we move to online. We become more lighter. We tend to provide any data which normally will not do. Okay. So even they say that you should not ask a man's salary and not a woman's age. But women will give their age very easily in the online. If you ask a woman in a day-to-day life, she will not give. But if you go to online and ask, she will give, because it is a requirement for that app. Okay. So I will install an app and I'll ask the age. So that way I find that the vulnerability is connected more with the free availability. So probably if we tend to buy some premium versions or advanced things, our vulnerability may reduce in these kind of modern platforms. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have rightly said that data is the new currency, and we all have to, somewhere to save our privacy and the data, we have to pay the price. So with this note, let's go to the next panelist. Praneeth, next question is to you, please. I'll come to you. You have mic. Good. So Praneeth, my question is to you is, technology is advancing at very fast pace. And there are new technologies like metaverse, NFT, crypto. Can you just identify in brief and tell us the challenges arising because of these developments?
So I believe that one of the major problems which is arising out of such advanced technological developments is the lack of a unified cyber crime law in India. As was discussed earlier also during the inaugural speech, we do not have a cyber law per se. We have family laws, we have intellectual property laws, but when you look at cyber laws, it's basically a mishmash of the IT Act 2000, which in itself sounds absurd because it's a law which was made for e-commerce initially in 2000, which has been amended many times over. And then we have the Indian Penal Code, which has various provisions which we try to adapt to technological developments. But because of such new developments, for example, if we were to partner to one of the concepts that you mentioned, the metaverse, it is a very new and upcoming concept and technology, which is probably going to be one of the dominant ways of interacting with the digital world in the next couple of years. So with such developments, a lot of questions are arising. For instance, what we saw during the last 2 years of the COVID pandemic is the shift to a work from home model, remote working. So what something like a metaverse would offer to the world, to the workplace, is a virtual workspace. Instead of just sending emails or interacting on WhatsApp groups or just through your webcam on your laptop, what the metaverse can entail is that you are basically immersed in a virtual space in your office environment. So with this, a lot of new problems can come to light. For example, sexual harassment being one of them. If one were to Google instances of sexual harassment in the metaverse, you'll be surprised to see how many results you get for that. There have been a lot of cases and it keeps on growing. So if you were to look at a workplace, in a physical workplace, we have laws like POSH, in which my esteemed co-panelist is an expert in. But how do you apply laws like POSH, which is for the prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace, to the virtual workspace? Will the same standards apply? And it is not just limited to POSH. For example, if some sort of harassment is happening in the metaverse, what degree of applicability would be for the laws of IPC to such harassment? If someone were to get harassed in, say, in the virtual world, will the punishment be equivalent to what one would get for physical harassment or harassment which is not of a digital nature? So these are some problems which are coming up and we need to address them. The laws need to be unified. The laws need to factor in such technological developments so that when cases eventually, unfortunately, they start cropping up in India, nobody has to spend years in a court of law for justice just because there was a vacuum in the law. I believe my co-panelist can also elucidate a bit on the POSH aspect of harassment in the virtual workspace.
Thank you so much. Yes, we'll come back to ma'am about this question. Just to add what you have said, I'm working on a paper about the virtual rape scenario and the laws. And I'm surprised to know that very few countries have laws about it. Only the case laws, not actual, legislation are not there. You have rightly pointed out that there is a gap about the legislation. First, we have to have, strong legislation, then we can talk about the implementation. So this will go back to ma'am. And ma'am, this question is, about a very important topic, that is a cyberbullying, which I also pointed out when I was making my introductory remark. Ma'am, the question is the pseudo inclusion and covering up byproduct of cyberbullying on social media platform and the impact analysis. If you can please enlighten us about this.
Thank you so much. And I'll like to expound upon what Praneeth was talking about, but maybe later. Right now I'll answer what you asked me. I just want to make you all aware of something that we all witness on a daily basis. And probably we've read in history books and somewhere just left it there. So when we go back to the Second World War, we've heard about, the Jews and the Nazis concentration camps. And we saw how the Jews were singled out and bullied and put, in these extermination camps. Now let's take it in a virtual space. Do you think it happens in virtual space? And do you think it can actually happen? You'll be surprised it does. So this is a very recent case that happened in one of the European countries. You know, the way we all have this desperate need to seem very acceptable on social media. So there was this journalist who wrote about, certain animals being killed in their country. And she said that, hunting should be banned in our country. And she posted a lot of photographs along with her profile that this is what is happening. Now, what happened in that country, the animals that were being hunted were actually not endangered species, but carriers of an African swine flu. And the government had given that, thing to the hunters that please test them and see if they are carriers to exterminate them. But this journalist with limited knowledge wrote about it. And to get in more and more attention, she posted photographs of little animals dying and somehow attracted a lot of attention. You know, as humans, we get very attracted to small animals, babies. It's an instinctive protective need that arises in all of us. So when those photographs are pasted on social media, that entire country kind of united, and they said that hunting as a profession should be banned in our country. So what happened was it became a hate crime. So those children of those hunters, when they went to school and they said that the profession of my father or my family or my mother is hunting, they would be put in a corner of the class. Okay. And just imagine how it grew, that gradually in the entire social sphere, whether it was the city or it was in the village, that entire lot was just put in a corner. So they were just excluded from the entire social sphere. This is something what happened with the Jews, but this was now hate crime and hate speeches. All of us have heard about it, all of us have read about it, and I'm not going to go into the political sphere of it. But it is more common than we realize. And it happens with everybody. And it is so easy because, a remark made in a real space will probably stay here and go to 10 more people. But something that is put in virtual space multiplies. And Professor Shankar over here would probably tell you more that how easily it multiplies. Okay. And there is no privacy, there is no protection. So somebody bullies you in the playground, it'll probably stay there. Somebody bullies you in a real physical space, it'll probably stay there. But when you're bullied in a virtual space, it enters the protective environment of your home because you're carrying the device everywhere you go. So anybody and everybody who has, any kind of interaction with you on the virtual space would know about it. So what happens is you become a victim of the world. So this is one of the aspects that I wanted to talk about. And the other, when you spoke about pseudo inclusion and covering. Now, pseudo inclusion is very much related to what Pranit was talking about, that how in metaverse, people want to be included in the social sphere. Now, metaverse has this social world called Horizons, where people interact with each other, and there to seem more acceptable, they dress up in certain clothes, they dress up their avatars in certain clothes. You have the option of changing the tone of your skin and enter those spheres, and then you are more acceptable. The other avatars want to interact with you. Supposing you act as an African American avatar who has no clue about what is the acceptable social norm of dressing up. and enters the social world, he would probably be excluded. He would not be included in any of the conversations or the social interactions that are taking place. And that is exclusion of a different realm altogether. And once it gets attached to your name, it is there for an eternity till the internet exists. Okay. And covering is a phenomenon that we, all of us do. Like, I don't know how many of you are aware of that Barack Obama has a middle name. Everybody knows Barack Obama, but how many know his middle name? Because it is never spoken about. And the reason it was not spoken about is because it was not acceptable. It did not fall under the acceptable norms of the President of United States of America. And it still comes out somewhere. If you Google it enough, I'm sure it'll come up. But this was this entire concept of covering, how his comrades and his advisors told him that you don't highlight your middle name because that'll make you seem that you're out of place. You cannot, cater to a racist America and say that I can be your president. So there was like a clear coverage. And, if you go deeper into it, you'll discover that this entire social sphere of virtual space tells you to cover yourself. How many times you hide yourself, your real self, so that you are more acceptable. How, like, we read about it on the newspapers or, any of the news columns, you'll see how many youngsters are doing so many things to be more acceptable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us three different aspects of the same topic. I'm sure the students and the participants must have taken notes of ma'am, what ma'am has said, and you can research more about it and can write about and can create a kind of awareness to different masses. So with this, I'm again coming to Professor Jay Shankar, sir, and a quick question to you, and I'm looking a quick response, sir. How to keep ourselves secure on these platforms, and what are the future aheads? Because after the 2021 guidelines about the intermediaries, I think they are also not concrete. They're mere guidelines, first of all. So how we can keep ourselves secure? Because the young generation, I know, must be more on social media, and they're the real people who are looking for the solution. Sir, over to you.
See, I think there is a shift over certain social media platforms. It is not a static one. For example, people were more inhabiting in Facebook, but now they've slowly moved to Instagram and Snapchat. So more the privacy platform gives, more people like it. Compared to Facebook or WhatsApp, Instagram is most preferred by boys and girls because it gives various options like disappearing messages and also security and also kind of a privacy. So I believe that many new platforms may also arrive in the coming years where Facebook and all will become redundant and wane away also. So I believe the people who are called as digital natives, and we are all digital immigrants which are born before 2000, we are not that smart compared to digital natives, and they are better secured and better than us. So I think the guidelines should be for digital immigrants and not for people digital natives. They are smart.
Absolutely, sir. And if I can quote an example here, the WhatsApp forwards, about our parents, we have to tell them, okay, do not forward these as scams and all. But these young generation, they already know that these are scams, and they suppose not to forward the forward messages. With this, I have last question for you, Praneeth, and this is related to your domain. The question is, can you tell us about the issues arising out of these developments, such as related to IP, metaverse harassment, and counterfeiting in the dark web? So there are three things I'm asking in one question, and ma'am can also enlighten us about metaverse harassment because she has given us one example. So please, over to you.
Right. So moving on to problems which are coming from such developments. Earlier we were talking about harassment in the digital space being one of the problems. Another problem which is cropping up is that of money laundering using new technologies. I'm sure everyone is aware of NFTs and what that entails and how it is such a secure way to conduct transactions on the blockchain. But what many do not read about is that how NFTs can be used to do money laundering. Because when you look at money and when you look at digital currency, the main distinction to draw is that a currency that is a $10 note or a 100 rupee bill, it is a fungible token of value. Now you can exchange that with any other 100 rupee note in the world. But what sets aside NFTs from such tokens is that it cannot be exchanged for anything else because there is nothing like it. Even a Bitcoin is a fungible token. You can exchange one Bitcoin for another Bitcoin, one Ethereum for another. So there is a sense of safety and security with that. But with NFTs, because they have no definite value and you cannot exchange it for anything. And what is more worrying is that there is no standardization of valuation of NFTs. For example, if you were to look at traditional art, like a painting and a wall, there are standards for valuing it. But if, say, some terrorist organization, if they were to just draw up some sort of worthless NFT, and in order to circumvent taxation laws, in order to foster border transfer of funds, it is as simple as someone who is sponsoring some states or some persons who are sponsoring terrorism to just buy that NFT for an absurd value. There are very few checks and balances to that. So if some terrorist organization, they were to make a worthless NFT and someone were to pay $10 million for that in cryptocurrency to a crypto wallet, there is very little scrutiny on that. So these are things which need to be tightened up. For instance, as many may know, NFTs are basically sold from auction, what is basically digital auction houses. So one of the many measures which are being discussed in many countries, even should be probably in India in the next couple of months, is to have a basic set of due diligence if a NFT transaction were to exceed a certain value. For example, if any transaction were to exceed $10,000, that should be frozen at the outset. And there has to be an obligation on this auction house to check out both the buyer as well as the seller to see just where exactly are the funds going from. So these are certain problems which are coming up. Regarding counterfeiting in the dark web is something which is certainly not a new concept. It has existed since, I think, the early 90s, because it is off the spectrum of normal internet, because it is operating on its own networks. So counterfeiting in the dark web is something which we have effectively tried to tackle over the last couple of years. Not only police officials, but organizations like the UN, and there are specialized organizations which directly try to stop counterfeiting there. The problem becomes, the main problem is to monitor the dark web and to bring it into the fold of normal laws. If one were to get access to the dark web, they will find a wide variety of counterfeits there, but the problem remains in enforcement to try to find them out, trace the perpetrators, and bring them to justice, as opposed to, say, taking down a counterfeit from Amazon. So these problems are certainly there, and there is indeed a certain vacuum in the law when it comes to this. And one can only hope that, in the next couple of years, with advancing technological inventions, we see some developments in this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Praneeth. To ma'am, can you just tell us how to save ourselves from metaverse harassment? Because this is something new which is coming up, please.
So I don't remember, but somebody in the morning spoke about if you don't want to get hacked, don't put on your computer online. Okay. Yeah. So there's this, this thing which says that if you don't want to have an accident, don't walk on the road, right? And unfortunately or fortunately, that's not possible, right? We have to do what we have to do. Now, the thing is that when I spoke about horizons and, Praneeth here spoke about metaverse, metaverse as such has said that we have put in a lot of checks where the person can protect himself from harassment or basically stop anybody touching the other avatar. But the cases that have happened have shown that there is very little time for the person to react. It happens in a split of a second. And in fact, it is so pervasive that the people who suffered it, they say that it was worse than actually being harassed, being physically touched. And there's been a study which says that people who have been sexually assaulted online have a higher suicide rate than people who have been assaulted in real space. So that is one thing aside. Though Meta has come out, so many times saying that we are working on it, but nothing really much has happened in that sphere. And you'll be surprised to know even the employees of Meta are avoiding Metaverse as far as the social interactions are concerned, because they also know there are no checks and balances there. Indian law, is saying that we are trying to do a lot because we made POSH, and POSH was made in 2013 in response to the Nirbhaya case. Suddenly the government got into action, and I'm hoping that they don't need another such a case to get into it again and come out with a strong cyber law to protect against cyberbullying and cyber harassment. But till now, what is in existence, it just tells you that if you if you file a case against this person for this kind of a crime, it falls in certain sections, he can be made liable. Now, there are lots of, like, as somebody else said in the morning, it's going to take years for the case to come to a actual judgment. But in the meantime, what can be done is that the especially the workspaces can make can tighten the rules as to their virtual interactions. Okay, that will really help a lot, and that will actually protect anybody and everybody who's interacting in virtual spaces. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us. Now, this is the time where I want to thank my panelists for giving us so many good ideas and researchable topics and the gray areas where we all can go home and talk about it. With this, I also want to give you one number where you can report your cyber crime, cyber frauds. That has been issued by Department of Justice. I'm sure most of you know it. But yesterday, when I was there in one of the webinar, the Department of Justice itself, said that the number 1800 something was very big and nobody was dialing, before. So they have issued a number 1930. So all of you, please save the number whenever anything related to the cyber world or cyberspace happens, please report it. They also said that because, the fraud cases which has happened, UPI fraud or Amazon fraud, we so thought that, okay, the 500 rupees, 700 rupees, okay, 2000, guy, theek hai. No, please report it, because the money, the smaller amount of yours could be in crores for, a collective, population. So please report the crime. And that is the necessary, and that is the necessity of the day. So with this, can we have a big round of applause for the panelists and sir? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. So we all can move for the lunch. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello. हेलो क्या ठीक है हाँ ठीक है या तो आप मैं को होस्ट हूँ तो को होस्ट के बाद अब मेरे पास ऑप्शंस आ रहे हैं Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Aishwarya, please start the technical session. I think there are some problem on the part of our moderator. So I'll start with the session. Greetings, everyone present online and offline. This is Harsha Agrawal from Knowledge Teas, and I welcome you all to our technical session, the online technical session, and we have our resource person. I would like to introduce our first resource person, Dr. Debarti Haldar. She is a law professor in Parul Institute of Law, and she is the founder and honorary managing director of Center for Cyber Victim Counseling. She is the first in the world to author textbook on cyber victimology, and she is the renowned author, speaker, advocate, and legal scholar. So a very warm welcome, ma'am, and stage is all yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to start a brief presentation, and after that, we can go for technical session. Just a second. I hope the screen is visible by everyone now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right. So I just wanted to share something about cybersecurity from cyber victimological aspects, because from the morning I have been here from inaugural session onwards, I have been listening many things about cybersecurity aspects for, say, for example, behavioral aspects, or for example, AI related aspects, or for example, many other things, including the POSH related aspects, especially on the cyberspace. That means working space, and how the protection of women from sexual harassment act, etc., may be applied for workplace also. I have dealt with several victims, and I did get to understand that how the cybersecurity related issues are now expanding its scope, and how the cyber victimological understanding must be understood from the perspective of healing, and also from the perspective of legal reparation, as also restitution of justice perspective. So we do understand about the victims and perpetrators. We also do understand about the types of like targeting of the government. Here we do get to see that the general public and also the data of the general public may also be attacked because of the e-governance facilities, etc. And at the same time, we also do get to see about cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, and if we talk about the global understanding about cyber crimes and also about state sponsored or even other stakeholder sponsored terrorism activities, we do get to see about Ukraine, what's happening right now about Russia and Ukraine. So we cannot actually say that this is something which is happening only between human to human or between the machine and against the human. Obviously, when I say about machine, this also there is also an aspect of human to human criminal activities only. But we are also getting to see how the state is also becoming a victim, how the state is also becoming a perpetrator. Obviously, while discussing about all these things, we, the researchers on cyber, law, cyber victimology, cyber criminology, etc., and also the students of cyber law. Obviously, when I'm using the term cyber law, we all have to agree to all the other speakers who say that we do not have as such consolidated law called cyber law, but what we have is Information Technology Act. But whatever it is, agreeing with everybody, we need to understand about how our information technology law and related policies, etc., are shaping up, and also they need to shape up. So here what we understand is that there are much chances for research, there are much chances for challenges, etc., when we talk about consent, data processing, and also third party liability. And at the same time, we are also getting to see cyber crimes against individuals. The expansion of this understanding is really growing. For example, we are getting to see teachers who are actually teachers, university professors, etc. They're also online harassing the students. They're also doing lot many criminal activities, being teachers, being law teachers, being social science teachers, or even computer science faculties also. We are getting to see so many faculties, teachers, etc. They're exploiting their students, they're harassing their female colleagues. Females are also doing the same thing with their students, etc. So we have to identify what kind of cyber crimes are now growing more. In the previous session, we have got to see about the Zoom bombing, etc. Here also we should get to understand about the responsibility of the people who are basically administering or they are basically what should I say, regulating Zoom platforms. Obviously there are questions of crimes against women, crimes against children, etc. And we are also getting to see different natures of attacks that are also growing. For example, it's not only the device based what you call criminal activities, but also it is something which is softer activities. In the morning also I did get to hear about the deep dark web also. This is something which is very very risky affair, especially for the children and also for the women. We do understand about phishing, wishing, etc. And as you do get to see about the drones. So drones are not being used only for the war, related issues, or for delivering certain products, etc. But drones are also being used for what you call infringing the privacy of people. So very recently, our Indian courts, if you look at the what you call court journals, etc., there was a judgment very recently. I got to see it just last week or even this week itself, that privacy is not inheritable. That means that if somewhere some privacy has been infringed, or if any virtual confidentiality of a data is being infringed, that same right cannot be inherited by the what you call inheritors. So in such cases also we are getting to see individual person actually dies with the privacy. But does he die with the privacy? Probably no, because when a person dies, his data is still alive. That's the reason we can still go on to see that if a person commits suicide because of workplace harassment, if a person commits suicide because of domestic violence, etc., lots of post-mortem, etc., might happen on the cyberspace. A best example could be Sushant Singh Rajput, who is still being what you call post-mortem, or who is still being investigated by the netizens, by people any other users of social media profile. And that's how basically we are getting to see there are lot many things that are happening on the cyberspace. And thereby we are getting to see that whether cyberspace has retained that position as an infotainment or it has become an entertainment. Because if we are getting to see, I'm not talking about OTT or etc., but cyberspace as such, if we are getting to see cyberspace as an entertainment, there must be some rules, regulations that also in the morning somebody told that, that must be we must be aware of. And there are certain very negative comments, very negative aspects are also there, whereby we are getting to see that very depressing things also are there, like what Navtika also stated, that the what you call the number of criminal activities are growing. Even people like me, who is a cybercrime victim counselor, we are also getting increased help related mails or phone calls, etc., be it a banking crime, be it a individual criminal activity, etc. So definitely we have got laws, and again, as a researcher, as a law teacher, as a law professor, and also as a victimologist, we do understand that these are not enough. Now let me also understand and let me also share that where actually cyber criminology turns into cyber victimology, because it is not only the time for understanding that what are the challenges, we must also look into what are the possible solutions. So here, while in cyber criminological understanding, we talk about causation of cyber crimes. From cyber victimological aspect, we also study about impact on the cybercrime victims, rights of the victims, and on the basis of that, we need to also make certain laws, certain policies, and if there are existing laws, policies, etc., we need to actually implement them. We need to interpret these laws in a very liberal term. And at this stage, we also need to understand about the judicial discretionary power, especially for applying such kinds of laws, policies, etc., and also accepting the universal guidelines, or for example, the
I think ma'am got disconnected. I guess there was some technical issue. Ma'am is joining in just 2 minutes.
Sorry for the brief interruption. Yeah, I hope I'm audible and my screen can be seen by everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So as I was mentioning about that, when there is existence of laws, the judicial mindset should also be liberal enough to accept the laws and also the universal guidelines, including the foreign judgments which are applicable for Indian aspects or for Indian scenario. Next, we also do understand about what would heal the pain, especially from cyber victimological point of view, especially for cybercrime victims. It can be jail term, it can be a compensation, it can be recovery of the money. All three basically are accepted. Removal of the content, Yes, of course, public outrage. This is something which must be avoided, because when a public outrage happens in the physical space, obviously we think that that might be influence for creating laws, etc. But when it is happening on the cyber platform, public outrage may also expand its roots for generating more criminal activities. So if public outrage needs to be done, it must be done in a very formative and also in a very positive way, not for infringing somebody's privacy, etc. And obviously, it goes without saying that nabbing of the offender might heal the pain, but nabbing of the offender also must be seen from the perspective of all the possible solutions from penological understanding, especially from cyber penological understanding. So here also we are getting to see new dimensions for the impact of criminal justice system. For example, investigation must be done properly, and cyber forensic tests must be done properly. Recognition of the victimization, forms of the victimization must be done properly. Creation of timely laws also must be done. And very recently, you have seen that our Prime Minister had stated about some kind of lifespan of a law. So we need to have proper growing laws which will be matching the challenges of law. And quite in this understanding, I'm very happy to share about this particular legal development that we got to see yesterday. It is Information Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code Amendment Rules 2022. It still needs to be it is actually waiting to be criticized, or commentaries are to be made. But what in my understanding actually posed a very positive aspect is that this particular amendment has again enhanced the scope of the responsibility of the intermediaries, whereby it has been very clearly stated that intermediaries must have the duty, or implement the duty, to inform the users about the copyrighted, patented materials, etc., that are already existing on the cyberspace, and users cannot use them, otherwise it will be a violation. And again, about offensive speech, obviously there are much discussions needed about this, and obviously about child abuse materials and child pornography related things. It's obviously a positive sign. Again, I'm saying that much research may be done on this from the legal side, from cyber victimological side also. And obviously there are challenges for the data collection, which must also be addressed, which must also be seen from the perspective of legal, criminological, psychological, victimological platforms, etc. So with this, thank you again for giving me the opportunity for presenting my brief views on today's discussion. Obviously the papers are welcome thing for any conferences. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. We can get back to the paper presentation, and also I'm waiting to hear from Ashok sir also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The presentation was really great. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ashok Vajje sir. So he's currently working as associate professor of law at Maharashtra National Law University, Aurangabad, and he has been awarded PhD in cyber law from Symbiosis International University, Pune. He is also a postdoctorate research fellow in the field of cyber law and pursuing advanced research in the same. So, sir, I welcome you and invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you for the brief introduction, and also for considering my name as one of the resource persons in this World Cybersecurity Summit 2022. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that it is always a delight to listen Dr. Devarati Haldar Madam. Every time Madam comes up with the views and her insight, we certainly gain knowledge. Today also she focused on the cyber victimology part, which is her copyright and patent. We can say that, at least in the academics, that she's holding a copyright and patent, whatever you call. So far as cyber victimology is concerned, and as you rightly pointed out, she's the only academician to write on cyber victimology from a different perspective altogether. So it's always delight and pleasure listening to Debarti Haldar Madam. Greetings to you, Madam. So I would like to begin with my brief, short speech on the speech, address, views, comments, insight, whatever you call, on the aspect of cybersecurity. I'll try to focus on cybersecurity as a regime because the term must be understood. And I congratulate this team of knowledge teas for holding, this dialogue, this, World Summit on cybersecurity, because the topic is not, I won't say neglected. I would say that it's not being deliberated upon. It's not being researched, or rather I would say it's not being understood in the proper sense. So how it is to be understood from the academician perspective, I would like to put forth my views and thoughts. How this cybersecurity must be understood by the academicians, by the lawyers, by the judges, and by the legal fraternity, or maybe the stakeholders. How they should understand this concept of cybersecurity. We should understand only from the perspective of the computer science, or only from the point of view of information and communication technology, or from the point of view of law, or as a normative science, law as a normative science, or from the perspective of a policy, or from the perspective of a technology. So many insights are there. So why it is to be understood in a particular sense? Each discipline has its own understanding of knowing this term, about the understanding of this term. So as a lawyer, or as a policy maker, or as a think tank, or as an academician, if I can think, cybersecurity should be seen as a means to combat cyber threats, a means to combat cyber attacks, a means to combat various type of the contraventions you may call, or cyber wrongs that you may call, that exist in the cyberspace. Well, this is my perspective. This is my point of view. And this point of view has been the point of view of even of the policy makers. You pick any international document, you pick cybersecurity policy of the government of India, you pick any report published by the Data Security Corporation of India, you will feel the common is, and the common point being that cybersecurity is always seen as a means to combat cybercrime, right? So it should be understood in that sense, that the cybersecurity, of course, it secures your device, it secures your information, your data, and it also secures your persona, or your you being a legal person in the eyes of law. So it avoids legal injury, basically what I mean to say to you. So it does that. However, it should be understood in one more sense, that it prevents the cybercrime. It prevents the cyber attack. So what happens, and who are getting benefited when cyber attacks or cyber threats are prevented? It will be defined by the the presenters who will present their paper. I'm sure they will focus on, or they must have focused on, the aspect of what amounts to cyber attack, because it's a very vague term. What amounts to cyber threat? Again, it being a very vague term. And Data Security Corporation of India, they attempted to define what exactly cyber attack or cyber threat is all about. So they have defined it as any deliberate action to alter, disrupt, deceive, degrade, destroy computer system or networks, or any information or any program resident in or transiting these systems or networks. Basically, two key points in this regard, so far as the definition of cyber attacks are concerned. That such attacks, such negative activities on the part of the perpetrator, the culprits, aimed at the information stored onto the computer or any electronic device, or it may be aimed at the device per se. So it can be understood that way. So any deliberate intervention by the criminals, by the cyber culprits, deliberate intervention. So of course they have some motive, of course they have some intention, they want to gain something unlawfully, right? So you will incur unlawful loss and they will incur unlawful gain. So this part is unlawful. So if you have a certain cyber security mechanism as a part of your cyber behavior, or as a part of your cyber device, any electronic device, so it may prevent. It may prevent. So now, basically, now this is how the term cyber security could be understood. That it's a part of preventive mechanism. It's a part of a policy that aims at preventing attacks. And in cyber ecosystem is always prone to attacks, is vulnerable to attacks, because it's so easy to attack somebody. It's so easy to cause legal injury in the cyberspace. The victim, as madam number of times have pointed out, even on earlier occasions, victim will not come to know that they are the victims of cyber crimes or they are victims of cyber vulnerabilities. So it is that easy for the culprits, to resort to these activities. So unlawful loss will happen, unlawful gain will certainly happen. But then if you have a culture, I would like to call it as a culture. Cyber security, I would like to view it as some sort of culture that we should develop. When we are educated, when we are educating by our parents or by our teachers, we are cultured, right? We are cultured about in a particular line, about in a particular through a particular channel. We are cultured. So even cyber security is nothing but a culture. What do you mean by it being a culture? It does mean your cyber behavior, your cyber activities or activities in cyber space or cyber ecosystem, or your behavior in cyberspace must be with the usage of cyber security mechanisms or cyber security means. Now, who will benefit out of it? I will state directly, I will come to the point. The government will benefit. The government is the major stakeholder of cyber security, number one. Number two, business enterprises. Now we have entered into the regime of e-commerce. In the regime of e-commerce, or in the era where information and communication technologies are being used almost for each and every activity by the business enterprises, it helps them. They are also the stakeholders. And third, citizens, or you may call customers or consumers or subscribers of various internet-based services. So how citizens, they are secured? Citizens are secured with the usage of cyber security. There are so many tools. There are so many means of resorting to cyber security practices. So citizens are secured from the governmental actions. Government collects data for the purpose of its welfare activities, for the purpose of implementing its policies. As Debarti Haldar madam has rightly pointed out, e-governance mechanism is in place now. With the help of e-governance in place, public services are being discharged. So when you are getting benefit of public services, you are certainly using your personal information. You are certainly using your data, or your data is with the government. Your personal information is with the government. So you should make sure, or government should make sure, that the personal information of the citizens is to be used only for the legitimate purposes for which it was collected. So any unwanted activity in this regard may be possible. So what cyber security you can use, that concern always comes when it comes to citizens. When it comes to customers, consumers and subscribers. Customers, in what sense customers? E-commerce, as I told you, e-commerce industry is in place. So in e-commerce ecosystem, the buying, selling, delivery, everything takes place online. So the customers are there, the consumers are there in place. So their interest, their personal information, their data, their activity, their contacts with the seller in e-market, to what extent you should contact, what information you should share, how you should share, what security, cyber security you should have. All these, things are to be cultured. This kind of cyber security culture, customers and consumers, they must have, they must know, they must implement, they must secure their devices from such attacks or vulnerabilities of cyberspace that may happen in case of e-commerce ecosystem as well. So this is about the customers and consumers. Subscribers, number of times terms and conditions you click, you enter into electronic contract. Without reading terms and conditions, you enter into contract. I repeat once again, for the ones who enter into contract, e-contract in e-commerce, forget e-commerce, in case of internet-based services, when, for example, social networking sites or any other site providing you web-based services, you enter into contract without giving due regard to, terms and conditions. That is a vigilance on your part. At the same time, that is a means of cyber security. So subscribers, while they are interacting with interactive websites, they make sure that cyber security culture they follow. This is about customers, citizens, consumers, and subscribers. Now coming to business enterprises, I have told you, government, I have told you. So these are the three major stakeholders of cybersecurity regime. So if any cybersecurity regime is to be put in place in a particular legal system, these three stakeholders are to be taken into consideration, or their interest is to be taken into consideration. Business enterprises, governmental entities, and citizens, customers, consumers, and subscribers. Now coming to the cyber security regime or cyber law regime. Briefly, I'll come to cyber law regime. Now this time up to this moment, I have discussed with you the stakeholders of cybersecurity, how their stake is involved, how their interest is involved. Now I will take you to the regime of cyberspace. The global regime of cyberspace is confined to 4 subject matters. Number 1, the first subject matter being e-commerce and e-governance industry as a subject matter. Has it been dealt with by the legal systems or by the global legal order? Yes, the global legal order has responded to the demands of the industry with respect to e-commerce ecosystem. And Universal Model Law on E-commerce has this document in 1996, UNCITRAL, United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, adopted model law on e-commerce. This model law on e-commerce 1996 asked all the countries who have signed and ratified this document to implement e-commerce ecosystem in your respective jurisdiction. But at the same time, you make sure when buying and selling is happening in cyberspace or through online portal, make sure that the body corporate, that is the seller, business enterprise, has sufficient cybersecurity means. And even the customers and subscribers, they should also make sure that they are resorting to cybersecurity means. Now, has cybersecurity been dealt with? It is impliedly, indirectly dealt with, because only through a secured communication you can interact with the buyer. You can interact with the buyer or with the seller. So indirectly, Universal Model Law on e-commerce has given rise to the culture of safe and secure electronic commerce or electronic transactions. That is number 1. Number 2, Budapest Convention on cybercrime. This is 2000. European Union adopted, all European countries, they adopted. And by knowing the vulnerability of cyberspace, that it's a global regime, they invited all the non-European countries to also become part of this cybercrime convention. Has cybersecurity dealt with? Yes. In this convention also, cybersecurity has been considered as a means to avoid cyber attacks or cyber crimes. This is the second evidence that we have with us that states cybersecurity is a means to avoid cyber attacks. Number 3, African Union Convention on Personal Data Protection and Cybersecurity. If you go through the convention, you will come across the gist of this convention is nothing but a cybersecurity. African countries, they have united so far as culture of cybersecurity is concerned. So this is the third and only specific regional document on cybersecurity. Unfortunately, there has been no global attempt with respect to the culturing this culture of the cybersecurity for the business enterprises, for the customers, and for the governments. B2B platform is there, B2C, business to consumers, business to business, B2G, business to government, government to government. All these models of e-commerce are in place. Global legal order has accepted global trade and investment. Still, there has been no attempt in furtherance of having understanding on cybersecurity by international body. So this is all about the regime of cyberspace. Now there are some tips. There are some tools. Since it is about cybersecurity, now I have dealt with the stakeholders of cybersecurity. I have dealt with the regime of cybersecurity, the global concern, how it has been addressed of the cybersecurity. Okay, just 1 minute I will take and I will give due recognition to cybersecurity in the context of India. Information Technology Act has also codified certain provisions with respect to cybersecurity. And the principal provision being section 43 capital A of IT Act, wherein body corporates, who are the body corporates? Any entity in receipt of data, in receipt of personal information of the customers or the consumers or the subscribers. I will not say citizens. Citizens are not included because citizenship is always discussed along with the government when interaction is there with the government. So cyber security discussion, so far as citizens are concerned with the government, it is always seen from the point of view of data protection law, which we may enact in the times to come. It is always seen from the perspective of right to privacy as a part of public law, constitutional law. But so far as 43 capital A of IT Act is concerned, it is confined to the body corporates who are into the commercial activities, who are collecting, as Haldar Madam has rightly pointed out, data collection is always questioned. Data collection is always criticized. So here 43A is a legal provision asking all the business enterprises, that is body corporates, that you must have reasonable cyber security in your firm. Otherwise, it will be treated as negligence on your part. Any loss to personal data of customers and consumers happens, it will be treated as negligence on your part if you do not have reasonable cyber security practices. However, government has failed, policymakers have failed to state and to lay down what amounts to reasonable cyber security practices. Because what it says, government from time to time will lay down what amounts to cyber security practices. Okay, so the fraternity is discussing what amounts to cyber security. What are the means of cyber security? So my last part of address, my last part of comment and discussion would be on the tips and means of cyber security. Installation of firewall is always seen by the IT firms as the prime, not just IT firms, any enterprise having electronic interface with the subject matter, to which we call in the language of data protection law, data subject. Any interaction with the data subject, the firm or entity or body corporate must have firewall. In case firewall is not there, you are opening the Pandora box. You are opening the gateways. There is no gate to your gateway. And thereby you are allowing all malicious links, malicious information, malicious persons or persons with malicious intention to enter into your domain, and your own data subjects will go to the domain which is unsecure, which is not secure. So firewalls pop. So I'll just now, since time is not there, I have to limit my presentation because presenters are waiting for their respective presentation. I must respect them. So I'll just quickly go through the tips and that too in the form of keywords. Firewall installation, pop-up blocker, spyware detector. Your application, your browser and your operating system must be updated. It should not be outdated. Antivirus enabled devices only you should use. Malicious links and phishing calls you should avoid. Backups of important files, whatever files, data, information you are storing on your computer, make sure you always have a backup of the same. Backup in hard disk or in pen drive or in some other device, because you don't know when your device will be attacked. You don't know when your data will be erased. You go to PF office, pension office, your documents are wrapped in the cloth, red cloth. Nobody, China is thinking of attacking Indian secure internet infrastructure. Go to PF office, China must be asked, go to PF office, go to pension office and attack our data. It is wrapped in cloth, so it will be there for infinity, forever. But data, there is no guarantee of data to be stored in electronic format. That's why you should always have a backup. It's a means of cyber security. Then usage of strong password that you should always have. Encryption technologies that should be used by the firms. Password enabled devices must be there. Disconnecting from internet when it is not in use. Encryption to network, your network forums. Then constant change of passwords. Passwords to keep on changing constantly, and that too different passwords. Facebook, Gmail, then your ATM and all those things, password enabled activities, same passwords we keep. That is a bad habit. That you should be avoid. Then disabling sharing. Bluetooth must be always put off when not in use. That sharing enabled devices or such things must be put off. Access to only secure network. Online banking, shopping, and entering credit card details must be done only through exclusive device. You should do all these online transactions only from exclusive device. That's why the artificial intelligence of used by Google, it always asks you whether it is you only who is accessing your information which you have accessed at one point of time from another device. If there is change in the device, with the help of artificial intelligence, the service provider will caution you. That is cyber security that they are using it. Then you should use from only one device which is exclusively used by you. That is called exclusivity. Then spam mails you should not open, and secure websites only you should access. Avoid posting personal information. There are so many tips are there involved in these things. I'm sure in the morning, unfortunately, I could not join. The experts must have discussed all these things. So with this few words, I would like to stop myself over here. Just one last thing I would like to inform. Section 2NB of IT Act, 2NB of IT Act defines cyber security, and 43 capital A of IT Act, empowers government to lay down various cyber security practices from time to time. It has not been defined. So cyber security is nothing but a culture. I would like to conclude by saying that, cyber security, yes, of course, it's a norm today and will be a stricter norm tomorrow when data protection law comes into picture. Will be a stricter norm. Today it's a norm, but at the same time, it's a culture. Culture you should have in your organization. Culture you should have in your personal life, because you are now driven by electronic devices. So that culture you should have now. And government also should have this as a culture. So with these few words, I would like to once again thank Knowledge Teas, the organizers, the office bearers, Harsha Agarwal and Ms. Rathi for considering my name as resource person. And glad to meet Devarti Haldar madam in one more session. We keep on discussing together, sharing platforms always. So thank you so much, and I wish all the best to all the participants for their presentation. Thank you once again. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir, especially for the tips. I hope that will help us, including all the participants, to stay secure online. Just a quick question. I have one question from one of our participants, Advocate Savio Travaso. I hope I pronounced your name correct. So the question is, what can individuals and governments do in terms of infrastructure processes and competencies to protect data devices and systems from ransomware, IoT attacks, cloud attacks, and similar cryptocurrency, machine learning, AI attacks?
See, just now I have shared some of these tips. That any one of these tips may help you in preventing or exposing yourself to the vulnerabilities. So it's a long question. I think it has covered each and every aspect. So I would like to say very diplomatically, I would like to answer that these tips you may follow. And of course, government is under legal obligation to follow. Legal obligation in the sense, public obligation that they have. It's a constitutional duty that they have. They have a constitutional duty of respecting right to privacy. So don't worry, government will take care, but make sure that you also use cybersecurity, enough cybersecurity practices. Right from the step of logging to your computer, logging to the web portal, using antivirus, updating the browser, changing the password, or having variety of passwords, and all those things you can resort to always. Beyond that one, just keep calm in that case.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would also like to add to what Ashok ji had stated. The government actually is taking care. Yes, the government is actually taking care. But in my opinion, the intermediaries or also those companies, the body corporates that
Yes,
Ashokji
yeah.
was actually mentioning, these must actually see that their infrastructure is also secured, as Ashokji has stated. So in such cases, the government
Yes, madam.
has, if you see section 43A, the government has actually, laid down the rules that if the body corporate fails to maintain the, proper infrastructure, etc. So as the question points out that, what can be done for, crimes on IoT, etc., cloud, etc. Not to forget that, there is a second person in between, that is a middleman in between. So if you catch the middleman for their responsibilities, etc., I think we can be more safe than what we are actually anticipating, so in that case, obviously, we have to basically go ahead for these intermediaries, these body corporates also, that they should be more responsible, and the government should also make stricter laws, for making this section 43A workable. It's my personal opinion, obviously, but this is what I feel.
Thank you so much,
Certainly,
ma'am.
madam.
I hope the participant who asked the question is satisfied. Now, I would like to hand over the platform to Ashwarya so that she can start with the presentations.
Thank you, Harshadi, and thank you, Ashok sir and Debarti ma'am. I am Aishwarya Priyaraha, a fourth-year law student and a student volunteer of this esteemed platform, Knowledge Days. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us make this event come together to become a success. Proceeding forward with the technical session, before we start with the presentation, I would like to remind the presenters that they have 8 minutes for their presentation, followed by 2 minutes for questions and answers. Also, the remaining time for the presentation will be notified in the chat box. First, when the 2 minutes are remaining, and then when the time is up. So the presenters are requested to keep a note of the timing while they present. With this, I would call our first presenter, Navanita A. Warrior. Please take over the mic and present.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I can share my screen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I'm not able to get the screen option, share screen option. I think there is some issue with my laptop. Okay. My topic is an overview on cyber squatting and cyber and trademark infringement. So basically, what happened is like over the past few decades, there has been an increasing tendency on the people on depending on internet, right? So, but with the COVID-19 pandemic and way before, people started using internet not just for searching certain things, just for getting information or to interact with people. People started depending upon the internet for a lot of their online buying and selling. So, because of this, there has been a lot of issues which we face. One such issue is cyber squatting. I'll be analyzing or I'll be discussing on that. So basically, what happens is like if I am having a business or if I'm a proprietor of a firm, I will usually identify with a particular name. right? That name is called a trademark. So trademark is a mark which will distinguish your goods and services from the rest of the people. So that is your identity. So like when it comes to your e-world, we have something called domain name. And if you want to enter into the e-world, you should have a domain name. So every business unit will identify themselves with a domain name. Now, when it comes to trademark registration, the procedure is very much stringent. There will be a public search, there will be a strict opposition and everything, and then only your mark will get registered in your name. But when it comes to your domain name, the procedure is very simple. The only thing is like on paying a requisite fee and going through a simple registration process, you can get a registration of a particular domain name. So I can register a domain name if it is available in whatever name which I feel. I don't have to prove that I am doing a business on that or I have a right to use that particular domain name. Nothing of that sort is required when it comes for domain name registration. Okay. But what happens is like when you see it from a trademark point of view, when you see from an IP point of view, this has resulted in a lot of issues. For example, suppose I'm a proprietor of a particular or a manufacturer of a particular product, and I'm selling my product in a particular brand name. If one fine day, because of the dependency of e-commerce and because of the business scope in the e-world, I decide to enter into the what do you say, to the electronic e-commerce platforms, or I decide to have a website and sell my products. What I'm facing, the issue which I'm facing is like most of the domain names are already been registered. But when you see whether these names are actually in use, you will get to know that these are names which are not in use. So what happens is like there are entities, there are people who uh, purchase domain names, who go for the simple registration process and procure the domain names. And later on, when a particular person who is an actual user, actual honest user of a particular mark or a particular word goes and seek registration, they will sell this domain name at a lump sum amount. So that issue can be considered to be one aspect of a cyber squatting. That is, if so basically cyber squatting is when an individual deliberately registers a domain name in bad faith with a malicious intention, violating the trademark of another person. So that is called cyber squatting. Now the cyber squatting has to be taken into consideration with a serious in a serious way, because right now most of us are dependent on e-commerce platforms, and most of us are dependent upon electronic media for procuring our day-to-day necessities. So not just for purchasing certain things. If I want to know about a particular project, if I want to know about a particular manufacturer or a particular service provider, what I generally do nowadays, I just Google or I just find out online how this particular person is, or I just found look into their website and see whether this person is trustworthy or this particular product is good. But what happens is like because of the cyber squatting, most of the manufacturers are unable to maintain their websites or unable to get their domain name registered, because there is another person who is using a similar domain name. Okay, so that is your cyber squatting. But in India, we have a few judgments which is dealing with the issue of cyber squatting. So I'll be discussing that, and then we will be looking into the problems and finally some solutions according to me. So in India, there is a judgment, a very famous judgment of Yahoo Incorporated versus Akash Arora and another. So the mark involved, the trademark involved was Yahoo. So what happened? We all know about the Yahoo Incorporated, which is a very famous, well-known mark. So what happened is like a particular person registered the mark yahooindia.com, which is very much deceptively similar to the Yahoo. So the Yahoo Incorporated didn't have any registration of the mark in India. But what happened is like they decide that like they went for a passing of action, which is available for non-registered users. And in this case, the honorable court pointed out that we don't have any legislation which is protecting the issue of cyber squatting, or which will help, which will prevent the domain name registration or anything like that. But we can use the trademark law for protecting a person, a plaintiff, like in this case, to protect his mark. Okay, so here the court also pointed out that there are many of the consumers may get confused and may think that this yahooindia.com belongs to the original Yahoo Incorporated, and in that case the defendant was held liable for the passing off. Now, the second case is Arun Jaitley versus Network Solutions Private Limited and others. In this case, in the name of the famous person Arun Jaitley, what happened is like, a particular person registered a website, that is www.arunjaitley.com, and what happened is like, still there is an issue, like people may think that this has a connection with the very famous person Arun Jaitley, right? So what happens in this case, the court pointed out that now it has become, it is the need of the hour to protect protect the domain name, so that the people who are identified with a particular company, with a particular good, or a particular individual who are actually connected to a particular name is not affected by the use by other people, who no one should get a free ride over the reputation which has been taken, which has been created by other persons. So the court also pointed out that it is the duty, it's very important to make sure that the domain names which a person is not entitled to go into the hands of the people. And like the court here also, the court applied the trademark law to give the protection to the to Arun Jaitley. So in order to prevent the cyber squatting and trafficking, trademark law was applied, and a passing and Arun Jaitley successfully what do you say, got a passing off against the defendant. Now another case is regarding the Hindustan Times. So what happens is like, everyone knows about the Hindustan Times. So Hindustan Times had two marks, that is Hindustan Times and Hindustan. So what happened is like, the defendant tried to register www.hindustan.com. So here again, it is the court pointed, it's a case of cyber squatting, wherein you are registering your mark in the name of a very famous trademark, and we are trying to get the unfair advantage or something, right? So here also, um, so in this case, the Delhi High Court, okay, observing the case, held that the defendant's only intention behind this is to earn profit out of the mark, out of the distinctive mark which the plaintiff has, and this is a classic case of cyber squatting. And here the court also pointed out that if you are not registering your mark, sorry, if you are not using the mark, if you are just registering your mark, that is, if you are just passively holding a particular domain name, that is not considered to be a genuine use. So here there will be a presumption that you are using, or you are holding that particular domain name out of a bad faith. So that was so held by the Delhi High Court in the Hindustan case. Now there is another case of Aqua Minerals Limited versus Pramod Bose. Now in this case, the mark involved was the Bisleri brand. Now in this case also, like uh, in this case, the court pointed out that if you don't have a credible explanation as to why you are using a particular name, I'm saying that I want to use a very famous, for example, McDonald's, I want to use as my domain name. Okay, I don't have a proper explanation as to prove that this is mine, that I have a right to use that. Okay, so if there is no proper explanation why you are using a particular name for registration as a domain name, um, and there exists an already existing mark of the same name, then what happens is like, there is an inference that the person who want to get the domain name registered has done that to get a free ride over the right which another person already has. So similarly, there are other case laws also. One another example is the Satyam Infoway Limited versus Net Solutions. Uh, Here there are two things which has been discussed, that is whether internet domain names are subject matter to legal norms applicable to other intellectual properties such as trademarks, and secondly, what is the difference between trademark and domain name. So here the court pointed out that the internet domain names are also um, uh, subject to the legal norms which are applicable to trademark and not. And secondly, the basic difference between the trademark and domain name is that the trademark is can be associated with a particular territory, that is it is having certain geographical boundary, whereas in domain name there is no geographical boundary, so larger protection has to be given. And it was also observed that in India there is no protection given to the domain name domain name, that is there is no protection given, means that there are issues of cyber squatting, and people who are genuine users of a mark are getting affected, or their rights are getting affected because of the domain name registration by other people. So similar cases there is this Rediff Communications versus Cyber Group. Now in this case also,
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I would request you to just sum up your presentation.
yes, sorry, I didn't see the message. Sorry. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. Uh, so, coming to the problem, so as I have already pointed out, there is an increase in cases of cyber squatting. Not just cases, there are more. The risk and the importance of cyber squatting has increased tremendously over the past 2-3 years, because nowadays we don't depend upon the offline purchase mode or anything like that. We generally go for the online mode of purchasing and everything, and we generally search everything online. So if I am a person who has a genuine mark and I didn't go for a registration of a domain name, and there exists an already another a person who is trying to take unfair advantage over the reputation which I have created, then I'll be at a loss. And secondly, I have also identified that in India there are no laws, or Indian laws are not well equipped to deal with the issues of cyber squatting. Nowadays, the only law which has been applied when it comes to cyber squatting is the trademark law. So the trademark law is the through the action of passing off, or if there is a mark is already registered through a infringement action, only your mark can be protected. So there is a lack of law also. So the solution can be there should be a proper guidelines for the registration of a domain name, and national law, that in India there should be a law which is under a particular law, like domain name should be recognized. And thirdly, when you are going for a registration of a domain name, there should be proper verification. Just like how a trademark or any copyright or any other IP is being registered, there should be proper verification mechanism, the proper mechanism to make sure that there is a proper search to make sure that you are the right person. Sorry, you are entitled to get the protection. That should be there. So and then only you should be given domain name registration. Otherwise, there will be chances of cyber squatting as we are experiencing now. Okay. With this, my presentation is done.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Yes, I do have a couple of queries.
Yes, sir.
First of all, what if there is no trademark
Yes.
registered by the complainant?
Yes.
So and your premise of the presentation is based on this thing that there are no other laws dealing with this except trademark laws. What if there is no registration of trademark?
Okay.
So how you have addressed this issue?
Yes. So basically, sir, if there is no registration of a trademark, that doesn't mean we are not getting protection for trademark. See, we have a provision called passing off that is available for unregistered
So
trademarks.
that you ought to have included in your presentation.
Okay.
Passing off action.
Yes, sir.
That's why this question is asked to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is one. Number one, you should have also, of course, in paper you must have included, I don't know, registration of domain name, where it is registered. What is that entity which provides this domain name? That you should also address.
Okay, sir.
Because the disputes may be addressed accordingly.
Yes,
So did
sir.
you discuss in your full paper?
Sir, they haven't asked for the full paper, but I have written a full paper and kept it ready. And over there, I have
Okay.
about this, sir. I have mentioned in my full paper, which I have written it, like, yeah.
Okay, so entity, so did you identify any entity
Sir, we
who
have
issues this?
something called
Any,
ICANN and all, but that is not efficient enough to protect the trademark, protect, I mean, what do you say, to prevent the cyber squatting and all, because still we have a lot of cases.
reason being?
Sorry, sir.
Reason being?
See, sir, the reason is very much evident. There are a lot of cyber squatting issues still, and there are a lot of cyber squatting issues still pending and still going on. So that is the best answer for that, sir. And I feel.
Reason being, it's a private corporation. It's a private corporation based in USA.
Yes, sir.
It's not public entity.
Okay, sir. Any other questions?
That's it from my side.
Okay, sir. Any other questions?
Okay, then I'm moving forward with our next presenter, Riddhi Bharat and Utkarsha Bharatwal.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Utkarsha Bharatwal, and my co-author Riddhi Bharat will be presenting on the ethical line between white hat and black hat hacking. I'll be taking the first half of the presentation, and the second half of the presentation will be taken up by Ms. Riddhi Bharat. Hacking, there's some problem with my PPT, it's being stuck. Okay, hacking, as we know, is an act to get the unauthorized access to the computer system in order to gain some kind of personal or confidential information. There are many kind of hackers, but I'll be dealing with only white hat hackers and black hat hackers. Black hat hackers are the hackers who have the malicious intent with them to gain some kind of monetary gains. They hack the system with a fraudulent and a dishonest intention. And the intention is the main thing which differentiates them from white hat hackers. So white hat hackers can be called as the penetration testers or the good guys or the ethical hackers, which differentiates them from the black hat hackers. And basically they find the loopholes in the system and the vulnerabilities so that the system could be prevented from any kind of attacks from the black hat hackers. So in a way, we can call the white hat hackers as a good guys who are doing the bad work in order to protect the system from the bad guys, which are the black hat hackers. And so the whole concept between the black hat hacking and the white hat hacking, we can differentiate the purpose of intent and the ethics. So intent, in this case, the white hat hackers have a good intent because they have the prior permission from any organization to actually find the loopholes in the system so that they can upgrade the security accordingly so that the system can be protected. So basically they work on ethics. They work on some kind of there's no law on ethical hacking according to the Information Technology Act, but they work on some kind of ethics and the guidelines of the company. They work on that. And black hat hackers, on the other hand, they violate the confidentiality and the integrity of the organization system. But we can say that ethical hacking, we get the permission, you get the permission from the organization, but the permission which they are doing the work, it can go from good to bad depending upon the intent of the hacker, because at times you get the permission to find the loopholes in the system, but it can change it can change. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so sorry, I just. With the prior permission, they can obviously misuse also. So there is no law upon ethical hacking as right now. So we don't know how the intention of the person who is actually doing who's finding the loopholes. It can go from good to bad also. And the factors of hacking, which the ethics in hacking can be discussed from 4 factors. So firstly, the intent. Both have a defined intent, because the white hat hacker have a good intent because he's finding the loopholes in the system. On the other hand, the black hat hacker has a malicious intent. The competency for both the kind of hacking can be they need to be equally competent, because if a black hat hacker is hacking the system, so the white hat hacker need to be equally competent to actually find the loopholes to prevent it from the hacking by the black hat hackers. On the other hand, recognition. Both needs recognition, because the black hat hackers need recognition because he's creating the fear in the minds of the people, and on the other hand, white hat hackers is getting the recognition. It's a sense of achievement that he's finding the loopholes so that the system can be protected. And then there is material reward, because a white hat hacker is getting some kind of achievement in finding the loopholes. On the other hand, the black hat hacker is getting the monetary gain, or is exploiting the system. He's misusing the system for it. And this is about me, and the legal framework will be taken up by my co-author, Mrs. Dibarod. Thank you.
Thank you, Akasha. Hereafter, I'll discuss the legal framework for hacking. And legal framework for hacking is mostly dealt by the IT Act of the 2000. So the first section that I'm going to discuss is Section 43 of IT Act, which prescribes the penalty and damages and compensation to the computer system. So here, if a person get access of a computer system or computer without the permission of the owner or the person who is in charge of the computer system, and get access to it, or downloads the file, or copies the data out of the computer, or extracts the data, or introduce a virus, or disrupt the computer system, or denies access to the person who is in charge or the owner of the computer system, or give the charge to another person to do the same work, can be charged under the said act. The punishment of the said act is held in the Section 66. Next slide, please. Section 66 of the Act. The Section 66 Section 66 talks about the punishment, which is 3 years and fine up to 5 lakh rupees. Section 65 of the IT Act talks about the tampering with the computer source and computer source document and offense, knowingly or intentionally, or in destroying the or altering the said computer source. Computer source here means as computer programs or computer command designs or layout of the program, which analyze the computer resource, which helps in providing the computer working of the computer system better. Altering that thing knowingly or intentionally, or assisting the same thing knowingly or intentionally to someone else, can be charged here with the punishment of 3 years and fine of 2 lakh rupees, or even both. Another section, next slide, please. Another section, which is Section 72 of the Act, which talks about the breach and confidentiality of the privacy. So this section mainly deals with the mostly with the employments of the government agency, mostly, not solely, I would say. But if a person who is authorized under the Act to have access to the certain data which is confidential in nature, and if that person being in that power abuses the power and disrupt the data and give it to someone else without asking to the person who is actually in charge of the data, or who is the owner of the data, whose data is being exposed here. So they are being the misuse of the data is being dealt here, which is under the section, which is described under Section 72 here, and with the fine of 1 lakh rupees and imprisonment of 2 lakh. imprisonment of 2 years. My pardon. And next slide, please. Here, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that above mentioned provisions are deal with the negative connotation because it deals with hacking, but then there is also a good end to hacking when it comes to white hat hacking. So it's not always necessary that hacking is something to be dealt with in a negative connotation. So there can be both aspects of hacking. Either it can be bad or either it can be good. Even there is a certain area of gray hat hacking, which we have not discussed in the paper, but surely there is not solely a bad thing or a good thing associated with hacking.
Thank you. The
Thank you
floor
so
is
much.
open.
Thank you so much.
The floor is open for the question. If anybody has any questions. I think no questions are there. So, like to move forward.
Yes,
with-
I do have.
Oh,
I do
okay, sir,
have
please.
a couple of queries.
Yes.
Of course, with time permits. If time permits, I would like to put forth. Otherwise, that's fine.
Please, you can question.
May I also
First
ask
of all, the presenters must differ. Yes, madam. Ma'am, you go first. Go ahead first, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think mine and Ashok sir's question are quite the similar because we are probably thinking in the same line. My question to the
Yes, sir.
presenters is that have you found out whether our Information Technology Act actually permits for white hat hacking or even black hat hacking? Have you found out this?
Ma'am, with due respect, in the IT Act, ethical hacking is nowhere, because ethical hacking, the intention is the main thing. So wherever the intention is included, so it will be come under section 66 of the IT Act itself, because the dishonest intention and the fraudulent intention will be included. But in ethical hacking, there is no such kind of intention. So that's why it is not covered under the IT Act.
Section 43 of IT Act,
Yes,
contraventions.
yes.
Intention
Sir,
is not needed.
Sir, that is not an offense. That is cyber contravention. So that is obviously it is not punishable. The penalty is
That is
imposed for
wrong. That is wrong.
Absolutely,
That is
I
no more
completely
ethical.
go
That is
with
illegal.
I completely go with Ashok sir, because before you prepare your final paper, please
Yes, sir.
look into this, because hacking itself is considered as an offensive behavior. If you just analyze the term hacking. So it is my personal suggestion that you can use some other term, or you can add this limitation in your research paper also. I'm sure that Ashok sir will also agree with me in this regard.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Ma'am,
Certainly,
we just
madam.
okay. I'll just tell you, ma'am. So sorry for it. We have just prepared the write up in 2 days' time, so that way the whole paper is not been done. We'll take in consideration, and accordingly we'll make the entire paper.
And you may put question mark on the ethical hacking, and your paper will test whether ethical hacking could be seen as illegal activity or legal activity.
Absolutely.
So you will inquire. You are going to investigate.
Yes,
Okay,
this is going to be a very nice paper, provided you include these suggestions.
Sure, ma'am. We'll be once we're done with the paper, we'll surely
Yes,
make sure
yes.
that you give us some feedback on it. Thank you so
Yes.
much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Riddhi Bharat and Utkarsha Bhartwal. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for the guidance. So we'd like to move forward with Rupal Dhul. Hello. Rupal Dhul. Am I audible?
Just give me a second. She's joining as a panelist. She's still on the attendees list, so she might not able to speak.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I'm sorry for delay.
Over to you, Rupal.
Please let me share my screen.
Utkarsha may be asked from, sharing to stop from sharing the screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, sir. Thank you. A very greetings to one and all present over here. This is Rupal. Today I will be presenting on the topic, why should public Wi-Fi be avoided? So first of all, I will be very much thankful to you for giving me such a golden opportunity to present here. Well, let's moving on. First of all, I will be discussing the roadmap that what will I will be discussing today. A basic introduction, or then I will be moving on to why should public Wi-Fi be avoided. Then I will be discussing about what are the dangers of using a public Wi-Fi network and how to keep yourself safe when using public Wi-Fi. Hence, moving on to, we have all had to use public Wi-Fi at some point in our lives because staying connected at all times is a need for most of us, whether it's in hotel, airport, or even a cafe. Maybe it's because our mobile data has run out, or maybe it's because we can't get a signal there. Public networks are always dangerous considering weak security and higher cybersecurity attacks. So the question arises, why should public Wi-Fi be avoided? Data breaches and malware infections are two of the most severe risks of using public Wi-Fi. In the first case, hackers use public Wi-Fi can intercept data you send via an unprotected connection. In the second case, fraudsters may imitate a legal website to fool you into downloading malware. Hackers have a significant advantage when they use an unsecured public Wi-Fi network. What makes it vulnerable is this: password protection is either absent or inadequate. Wi-Fi routers that have been misconfigured, router software that is no longer supported. There are a lot of careless users or using a phony Wi-Fi hotspot. So what are the dangers of using public Wi-Fi network? Malware distribution via unsecured Wi-Fi. Malware can also be distributed by an unsecured Wi-Fi connection. Infected software on your computer gadgets might jeopardize your company's financials. Snooping and sniffing. Hackers employ specified software kits that enable them to eavesdrop on Wi-Fi transmission are another public Wi-Fi concern. This gives cyber criminals to access anything your remote workers to do online, giving them the ability to steal login passwords and possibly take your accounts. Rogue Wi-Fi networks. You and your colleagues may be duped into connecting to rogue Wi-Fi network set up by a hacker. That free Wi-Fi network could be put up specifically to harvest your company's valuable data. Attacks by a man in the middle. Connecting to free public Wi-Fi exposes your firm to the risk of having your data intercepted by third parties. This is a problem because hackers can use Wi-Fi and the connecting point. Malicious ad hoc attacks. Ad hoc networks are peer-to-peer networks that directly connect two computers. When remote workers connect to a public Wi-Fi network, their devices are most often set to explore new networks, allowing hackers to connect to them directly. Password and username theft. When you log on to public Wi-Fi network, your password and usernames are vulnerable to being stolen. secure socket layer SSL or hypertext transfer protocol HTTP websites give a necessary level of protection. Worm attacks. Worms are similar to viruses with one significant distinction. Viruses require software to attack compromised system, whereas worms can cause havoc on their own. If you join a public Wi-Fi network, you run the danger of worm moving from another device on the network to your computer. Others may be able to access sensitive emails, encrypted communications, and unsecured logins if you use unsecured public Wi-Fi. Of course, a cyber criminal might make use of the access to attack your device as well. So the question here is, or the discussion to be concluded will be that how to keep yourself safe when using public Wi-Fi. As public Wi-Fi more prevalent, internet security concerns and public Wi-Fi dangers will increase. But that doesn't imply you have to stop using free Wi-Fi in favor of tethering yourself to a desk. Most hackers are looking for easy prey. So following a few steps should keep your data protected. That will be use a VPN, virtual private network. When connecting to your business over an unsecured connection, such as a Wi-Fi hotspot, a virtual private network connection is essential. It is necessary to connect to a virtual private network. Even if a hacker manages to get into the middle of your connection, the data will be heavily encrypted. Since they are looking for an easy target, most hackers will destroy stolen information rather than put it through a long decryption procedure. So SSL connection should be used. Although you are unlikely to have a VPN available for normal internet browsing, you can still secure your communications. Choose the always use HTTPs options on website you visit frequently or require you to enter credentials. You can use two-factor authentication. And as Ashok Sarans already told, that use different passwords for different sites or apps. Even if a scammer gains access to one of your accounts, they won't be able to access your other accounts. You can also assist in protecting your passwords by utilizing an encrypted password manager passwords on the internet. Hence, you can disable file sharing or update your software regularly. Finally, make sure your device's software is up to date. They frequently incorporate security updates for non-flaws. Every person will come to a point where an unsecured free public Wi-Fi hotspot is the only connection available, and your task must be accomplished right away. Understanding the dangers of public Wi-Fi will help you avoid becoming another hacker statistic. Hence, these will be some avoidable circumstances, the precautions to be taken when using free public Wi-Fi. Hence, thank you for taking your time to be here and giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. If any questions are there.
From my side, no query. It's a good research that she did. And good topic too.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Rupal. I would like to move forward with Saksham Tiwari, the next presenter. Saksham Tiwari.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you for confirmation. My name is Saksham Tiwari. I'm a first year law student from Chhatrapati Savaji Maharaj University, Kanpur. For the today's session, I will share my thoughts on the regulation on blockchain technology. Since blockchain is a widely discussed question while from a long time back. If we check for the definition or the details about the blockchain technology, the Merriam-Webster dictionary tells us that a digital database containing information such as financial transactions that can be simultaneously used for a large decentralized publicly accessible network. Or we if we dissect these two, that a digital database in a decentralized form. And if we look for the details, why we have to think about blockchain, what is the benefit with which blockchain gives us. For the sake per se, the term block refers to a collection of methods, and chain refers to a methods of which we use for the form of in algorithms or the codes per se. So in that case, the blockchain technology will help us in the widely used smart contracts and their accessibility and their convenience per se. So for the regular if for the currently situation, we don't have as such a specific laws governing blockchain technology, but we have an umbrella of is- uh, laws for the same, like IT Act and other, which enables us to get some relief in case of a fraud or any other thing, which if something happens to us. So if we talk for how the crypto system works, so every transactions, for example transfer of assets, like we see in the physical personas per se, the one person to another, signed with a unique signature belonging to an individual who started the transaction, like encrypted things. These signatures are kept private, but are publicly verified. We can say this is a some sort of uh, error or codes that arises these information publicly. So if we talk about the history of the blockchain, since 1991, Stuart Harbour and W. Scott Stordena, two research scientists, proposed a computationally feasible method for time stamping digital document that they could be backdated or tampered with. To store these time stamper data, the system employed a cryptographically secure chain of blocks. From that time, we are now in the scenario like RBI is looking for to launch e-rupee. So as the time has passed, we are the technology is ever evolving, and it is suddenly maybe possible, like till my last word during this session, a new kind of cyber threat has been registered while with referencing to some blockchain technology. And in this persona, blockchain is used auction method, like cryptocurrency is developed by generally through auction per se, so that we will be needing that strategic or extensive laws per se to control or to help the victims, like if we from the morning we have listening that we are not aware what we are signing in form of e-contracts, like we are downloading apps from Play Store or Gmail or other details, but but we are not focusing what are the details they are capturing for from our accounts per se. So in that case, after the happening of COVID, many persons are using digital devices. We are using digital devices. So it's our responsibility as well how we can safeguard ourselves from the threat or the possibilities, like uh, in the today's time, it not be a big word to say that information is wealth. Like if somebody is some sort of our information save with them, they can use in form of, like everybody has a listener term, lame dark web. So they can use in for different purpose as well. So we have to check for the details, and how we can safeguard, like cryptocurrency is a big help in e-contracts and other details, and it's feasible and easable, doable, and can be used in big contracts. And so in my opinion and in my suggestion, like if uh, we see as listen a simple word that everything seems difficult until it's done. I'm with the same. So we are moving with blockchain. So we have to change and adopt the changes at the same speed that we can safeguard the victims or the threats coming arises of blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you, Saksham. The floor is open for the questions.
From my side, no questions.
Thank you, sir. Okay, without any ado, we'd like to call Gaurav Tripathi.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My screen is also visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to respected ma'am and sir. I'm Gaurav Tripathi, a student of law at National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. And I would also like to express my gratitude to the organizers, conveners, and panelists to provide me this wonderful opportunity to present my research proposal at this stage. So the before going to the title of my research paper, I would like to just give a brief why I choose this specific area to research, because there over the decades there is ongoing talk about the cryptocurrency and its regulation, that and thus at the same juncture, at the same time, there are so many transactions we are being done through the cryptocurrency, and it is growing with the time. So but still we do not have any direct and specific regulation with respect to the cryptocurrency regulation within India, and neither we have a central regulating authority with respect to the specific with respect to the cryptocurrency in India. So though we have RBI, which is an umbrella organizer which always regulate the all type of transaction, but RBI has its own limitation, and there are so many work assigned to the RBI, so it is not possible for RBI to watch minute details related to the cryptocurrency. So now I am coming to the my title, which is named that the regulation of cryptocurrency regulation in India, legal issues and challenges. So now I'm coming to the introduction of my introduction. So the digital or virtual currency is an electronic medium of action that is not a representation of India or foreign currency. So we all know that legal currency has its own attributes. There are essential attributes which a currency has to fulfill to be a legal. So but in when we talk about the digital or virtual currency, it has attributes of currency, but because it is not a legal tender, that's why we can't say that it represents the Indian currency. Though in world there are so many other countries which also legalize the digital currency. We are not talking about that. And the what is cryptocurrency? So when we talk about the cryptocurrency, a digital and encrypted decentralized form of money is known as cryptocurrency. So the cryptocurrency is digital, encrypted, and decentralized form. So is here decentralized means that as we when we talk about the traditional currency, paper-based currency, then there is a centralized authority as we have RBI and other banks which deals with the currency. But in case of digital currency, in case of cryptocurrency, there is no centralized authority which regulate the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency can be transferred instantly to peer-to-peer level, and it does not require involvement of any intermediary, such as central bank or bank. So in case of cryptocurrency, here it is also an advantage attached to the cryptocurrency user, that they do not have to go through with an intermediary. So here no need to involvement of any intermediary such as bank or any other institute. So they are directly connected with each other. And other thing is that cryptocurrency are becoming a pervasive force in this globalized world, affecting every aspect of human life, from economic activity to criminal activity. So there are so many transactions is being done through on the platform of dark web, and there are so many economic activities being done through the transaction of cryptocurrencies. And this is becoming a similar parallel pervasive force in the economic system of any country, and with regards to the India as well. The growing acceptance and decentralized nature of cryptocurrencies pose a unique and unprecedented challenge, as we discussed earlier. And the transaction made on the blockchain offer greater privacy than transaction made on traditional platforms. So it also, because it is based on the cryptocurrency is based on the blockchain system, so it offers a greater privacy, because it's greater privacy than a traditional, because it is not neither regulated today at this time, neither it is being regulated and neither it is being checked by any other intermediary. So it give a greater privacy and give a wider scope to use as you can. So and the other disadvantage and the other thing is, disadvantage poses a complex jurisdictional challenge before India and the nation around the world. So here the this privacy and disadvantage give also a jurisdictional challenge, because we do not have a knowledge about where from where and to where and to from where and to where the transaction is being done and the currency is being transacted. So it is also poses a jurisdictional challenge before the nation and authorities. And the next is the blockchain promises anonymity and its lack of clear regulation. So here in India we easily we can see that the first of all the blockchain system promises the anonymity, which it means that the user's identity is hidden, and no one can know that who is on the other side and who is there on the other side. So no one can know that who the transaction is being done between the who. So it gives anonymity, and there is no clear regulation, as I talked before, that there is no clear regulation on this topic in India, though there are notification advisories and circular given by the RBI, but still we do not have any clear regulation on this specific topic. Uh, topic. And the next, the many users engage in illegal activities using cryptocurrencies for their financial transaction. Cryptocurrencies have been used for dark market sites where criminals can buy and sell illegal items with little chance of being identified. So because it gives anonymity, and it also unregulated, and it is rather impossible to to be regulated without any clear law. So it gives so many opportunity for a criminal minded person to done criminal activities by using the cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency create new digital routes to access the world financial system. There are so many disadvantages attached to the cryptocurrency, but still we have so many advantages which is attached to the cryptocurrency. So the every coin has its two face. So here are so many advantages also which give new routes to access the world financial system. The next is the judicial regulation that takes into account the characteristic and usage of cryptocurrencies is required due to the technological, economic, and criminal peculiarities of cryptocurrency. So what we today, what is the need is that the a judicious regulation is very much requirement for India, uh, through which we can regulate the illegal activities being done by the through the cryptocurrencies. The next is the keywords which I have been used in my research paper proposal. Cryptocurrency, which I have been discussed. Decentralized, it means the power and decision making function is distributed to the is transferred to the distributed networks, and there is no centralized authority which control the whole system. The blockchain, it is a, so in general sense we can say the blockchain is a digital database, uh, and based on the distributed networks. And the next is the DLTs, digital ledger technology. So it is also like the data is distributed among the so many stakeholders, and no central authority is being there to control data itself. And the regulation, we also know. The other is what the literature review. I have go through the so many literature which to get the research gap, uh, to find out the research gap in the research. So the first is there are so many other literature review, but with because of the limitation I have put for here. The first is the C. Albert and K.M. Duffin, S. Hawkins, the use of cryptocurrency in the money laundering process. Here, the researchers have discussed about the how the cryptocurrency is being used for the money laundering, and how the administrative authorities or the executive authority are unable to catch them, those who are doing the such things. And the second is the C. Harvey crypto, which here the topic is the cryptocurrency and the problem of intermediation. It is available on Google Scholar. Here the researcher had discussed about the problem of intermediation which is being faced due to the emergence of cryptocurrency, because there are so many challenges before the banks and the intermediary authorities due to emergence of cryptocurrency. So they discuss about this, but they even here they can't they are not discussing about the regulation, what type of regulation we need to deal with the cryptocurrency. And the third is the cryptocurrency adoption and the road to regulation. Here the researcher have deal with the to some extent the regulation with the regulation of cryptocurrency, but it is in general sense and not to the specific to the India. And it also not deal with the what type of recommendations should we should give to frame the policy with respect to the regulation of cryptocurrency. And the fourth is the incompatible codes. Here the blockchain and law semicolon incompatible codes. So here the researcher had discussed the relationship between the blockchain and law, how the law should deal with the blockchain. But here also the researcher have not deal with the with respect to the specific regulation of cryptocurrency. And it is also a general research paper which talk about the general topics and not specific to the India. So after doing my literature review, I find two main research gap which is there. which is there. So first is the available literature focused on central bank cryptocurrency regulation and not on cryptocurrency regulation in general. So there are so many literature which talks about the central bank cryptocurrency regulation, but they and central bank cryptocurrency are very limited because there are very few countries which issued their central bank cryptocurrency. RBI also planning to propose a central bank cryptocurrency, but still we are in process. But the wider area occupied by the private cryptocurrency. So they are not talking about the private cryptocurrency which is unregulated. So, and in respect to the India, I'm not able to find any literature with respect to the private cryptocurrency specific to the India. And the second is the previous study do not focus on issues and challenges related to the cryptocurrency regulation in India specifically. So though there are so many literature, I have found that with respect to the issues and challenges related to the cryptocurrency regulation, but it is not. Still, I'm not able to find out the issues and challenges related to the cryptocurrency regulation in India specifically. They don't talk about the India specifically. So these are the research gap which I have found. And the next is the research objective. My research objective will be is to analyze in some detail the current legal situation in India with respect to the cryptocurrency regulation in India, and what type of legal issues and challenges will come before the India as a nation. And the second is to provide recommendation that how we should do better with respect to the regulation of cryptocurrency in India. So I will provide some recommendation, and still I'm doing on it. The next is the research methodology. I'm adopted the doctrinal research method to complete the research, and the primary research method for this study is literature review and conceptual modeling. So I have gone through the various literatures to understand to understand the problem and to find out the research gap for my topic. And then the researcher, then I use the review of books. I used to review the books, journal articles, relevant legislation, and the professional reports from various governmental and non-governmental agencies. And the study is limited. There is also a limitation on the study. The study is limited to the cryptocurrency regulation with respect to the India
Pardon
and
me, sir. Kindly please wrap up.
yes, ma'am, the last.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the references which I have used, there are so many other references also, but I have put it here 4 only. The governance and control in distributed ledgers, written by the M. Jajarias and G. Elman, Scott SV. So, and the second is the central bank policy and cryptocurrencies, which is written by S. Trivoruchko and 2 other colleagues. Is also available on Google Scholars. The cryptocurrency regulation is the other, which is published in Breaks Law Journal, and the other is a regulated digital currency. So that's all from my side. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. I ask the dignitaries if they have any questions.
Just one query. One query that I have.
Yes, sir.
What kind of privacy that you wanted to say that is ensured because of the cryptocurrency? Could you please just throw some light on that? What kind of privacy that you wanted to put forth in the paper?
What kind of privacy
is ensured by the cryptocurrency that you somewhere you referred?
I do not.
You said privacy is ensured. It was there in one of the slides.
Yes. Privacy with respect to the individual, because there is no involvement of intermediaries, because they don't the parties don't need.
No, that is true. What kind of privacy? Privacy as to what? Privacy as to
what type of transaction, the nature of transaction, sir. Whether they are dealing with the legal transaction or illegal. So even we don't know, the third party can't
For
know that
illegal
what type.
transactions, for just one, hold on.
Yes.
For
Yes.
illegal transactions, privacy is to be recognized by law.
No, sir. No,
Then
sir.
in
I am
legal
not.
transactions, where is the question of privacy? In legal
Sir,
transactions, where is the question of privacy?
yes, sir. Sir, here in this in the here I am talking about the
When you are
privacy.
going for,
No, no, sir. Sir, here, sorry,
please
sir.
go on.
Here I am talking about
Please
the
go on.
privacy with respect to the parties, not in the legal sense which recognized by the legal provisions, but with respect to the parties, that what this system, blockchain system or cryptocurrency system, gives them advantage with respect to the privacy, that even a government can't know about that what type of transaction is being done by them. So this thing,
subject to not income tax.
sir, previous in 2021, the finance minister proposed a amendment in tax law, and through this they proposed a tax on this type of transaction. But still, it is in confusion that whether what would be the legal status of the cryptocurrencies in India.
But then jurisprudentially speaking, that
Yes.
kind of privacy protection is not to be ensured where you are invading tax.
Oh, sir, still it is
Tax invading. How tax invasion? How privacy is to be accorded for transaction through which you are invading taxes?
Yes, sir. Because though government have proposed a tax evasion, imposing tax on this type of transaction, but still they are also confused that how they do that, because there is no regulation and there is no regulatory authorities over that.
Better you refer word expression secrecy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, I think it would be better secrecy.
Okay, anyway, thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I will call upon the last presenter, Sneha Anil Kumar.
Yes, I'm just unmuting myself 1 second.
Yes, sure.
Hello. I'm just going to share my screen and I'll begin. Okay. So, good evening, panelists, and all the participants that are present here. Ma'am, just can you
Yes,
tell
you're
me whether you
audible
can
and
hear me
visible.
clearly? Okay, thank you. So, in today's presentation, the topic that I have selected for writing a research paper on is artificial intelligence in cyber security. I'm still working on it. It's a working paper, but I would just like to take you through what I would look at within this particular paper. Okay. So let me first begin with, I would be going through what I have mentioned, the key pointers over there. I would be then giving you an introduction to the topic, the concept of cybercrime in brief, concept of AI, then just looking at AI cybercrimes that are being conducted, and also as AI as if it can be a tool to enhance cybersecurity, and finally some recommendations if what can be done in future. Okay. So the reason why I selected this particular topic was because I am at present pursuing a PhD in the field of human rights. Research that I am doing, I still wanted to look at this angle because I do touch upon things like a violation of human rights online with AI. Okay, so and further, I feel that post-pandemic, there has been we all have moved from people even who never thought of using and this cyberspace basically, and hence the importance of discussion over the concept of privacy and how you protect data from cyber attacks becomes important for both us and policymakers. Okay, and also apart from actually having the role of actual criminals or cyber criminals, we also have them using
You are not audible, ma'am.
Okay. Now?
Yes, you are audible, but
Ma'am,
screen is
am I
not.
audible? Yeah, I got logged out and logged in. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry for the delay. Okay, so basically the concept is that, okay, now let me quickly come to the topic. Okay. So I would like to begin with the first with the fact that we today we have technology, okay, which is actually benefiting life in general, okay, but it is a double-edged sword, like it's commonly quoted all over the place by people, that on one side it does have a capability of giving us comfort in life, okay, and on the other hand it does provide us with new challenges, okay, that can directly be a threat to ourselves. Okay, now one thing that we have to understand is that in the world today, all of us, okay, have two types of presence. One is the presence in the virtual world and physical presence in the real world, and we also have a presence of ourselves in the virtual world, whether we acknowledge it or not. Okay, the moment you're using your computer, you get, let's say you've downloaded WhatsApp and created an account, or Facebook and created an account, you have become part of the virtual community. You are sharing data and information about yourself. You start to tend to live online. Even if we want to get back into track with an old colleague, we try to look or they're on. So almost all human beings have a physical as well as virtual presence. Now, the threats that we have faced in the physical world, be it in terms of crimes that we have faced in the physical world, we sort of face the same threats in the virtual world. Okay, and this is where cyber crimes come into picture. Okay, so with the evolution of technology and internet, okay, we have now have to deal with certain type of crimes which otherwise threatened our physical presence is also threatening our virtual self. Okay, and it is not that we can live without computers or electronic gadgets. So the point is to understand these type of crimes and see what are the ways in which we can overcome the same or deal with the same. Okay. Now, apart from technical cybercrimes that evolved with the evolution of Internet of Things and having all your device and gadgets, and another development, a radical development in the field of technology, that is with respect to artificial intelligence. Okay, now just like how technology can be beneficial and can have negative effects for us, same way development of AI does have a potential to enhance life and standards of living, also become a threat to certain of our rights. Okay, and same way with the development of technology, we also have AI technology. We also have threat that we can face through AI technologies, which are being used by cyber criminals to enhance their or make their attacks more effective. Okay, so basically that is what we are trying to look at over here. Okay, now I've already spoken about the fact that pandemic has boosted all our presence online. I would quickly move on to what is the site in terms for the purpose of this, what we understand as cybercrimes, what we will understand as AI, the role of AI in cybercrimes, and the role of AI can AI help us with our cybersecurity? Okay, first I would like to point out that cybercrime, there is no fixed definition, okay, given the nature of the crime itself. Okay, it's sometimes called electronic crimes, computer crimes, or computer related crime. So for the sake of discussion, we need to start somewhere. So the generally accepted is that cybercrime is when you are committing a wrong, okay, either using a computer or when the computer is the object of the subject of that particular crime. Okay, and this is a very broad meaning of cybercrime. So to further give you a better example, we can just put it into two basic categories. Multiple facets of cybercrime, but the basic categories is, one is a cybercrime can be completely technical in nature. Okay, you have cyber criminals that are using these crimes are like technological experiences to actually commit a crime via the internet or web, etc. Okay, in cyberspace. Okay, and they are dependent on the cyberspace. Okay, like for example, a good example of this is a particular malware which was CryptoWall version 3.0. Okay, using this, what happened was when this happened in 2015. By using this particular software, they were able to hit approximately, I'll just give you the number, approximately they were able to hit. Okay, they were able to hit a particular target. Okay, and from the target, their personal data files, original data or that built that particular company. And then what happened in the end was that they then threatened the company that if you want to recover it, okay, you need to pay us a particular amount. Okay, so these kind of things in software, in terms, if you're using it in terms of making a ransom, then it's called ransomware. If you're just going to corrupt something, then it's called malware. So various versions of it can be created, and it is used to commit cyber crimes. Okay, on the other hand, also you have cyber crimes, okay, which are basically dependent on you, the victim, being a part of it. Okay, now in the first hand, it can be hacking, wherein you're using softwares or technologies to intrude into a particular, to unauthorized access into a particular device. But on the second, there might be something that the victim has to do in order for them to get the access. And at least when I'm talking about individual and their concerns with respect to cyber security, at least in the second one, like how sir had said, if we follow basic safety protocols, we may be able to prevent such kind of attack. In the first one, yes, you would have to have the mega giants who are providing us the software or the platforms, like for example social media platforms that we are using. We'd have to have the body corporates themselves being involved in helping us secure our data information. Okay, so in the second one, like how commonly we see cyber frauds or lottery scams, etc., that we commonly see, wherein we end up giving the criminals certain type of information, crime is conducted against us. Now cyber crimes can also move beyond that to be like very serious when it comes to committing kind of offenses in the nature of treason or terrorism. Okay, or for example, something that affects democracy directly. Like for example, if you have an electoral fraud, these are serious types of cyber crimes that do exist in the world today. Okay, now from this, I'd move on to AI, cyber security, then the concept of AI, and I will try to interrelate all of it. Okay, now cyber security, as we got a very good talk in the beginning, much more efficient than mine, what I'm going to do here. Okay, but we can understand it as a basically as a set of technologies or processes or practices that use to prevent unauthorized attack is there. Then what can we do to secure ourselves? So it's sort of like a cleanup. Okay, on the other hand, cyber security also is about how can we prevent such kind of breaches, okay, before the attack actually happens, okay. And when we have to talk about cybersecurity, we can't just look at it in only, for example, somebody stealing your data and going, okay, or security just of your data. It's more than that. It's also about application security, the entire, like suppose I am using AI itself to prevent a cyber attack, then I should also ensure that my application, which is using AI, okay, cannot be with by other, like a cyber attack into that. Like for example, if they feed wrong information, they can tune the AI to function differently, okay. So my applications can also be at threat, my networks, all the users that are connected to the same network, all of them can be at threat. And education with respect to awareness, what are the things that we can do to protect ourselves is most important when it comes to cybersecurity, okay. So a proactive approach and continuous monitoring of your systems is something that is advisable, okay. I'm not seeing the chat, so if I'm running out of time, just let me know. Okay, now quickly, what is artificial intelligence?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Now, artificial intelligence is very commonly understand. Yes, I will submit. Yeah, I'll submit up. Can you hear me?
Yes, please sum it up.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, we cannot have, again, like cybercrimes have a precise definition, because though we can understand artificial as something that is non-natural, intelligence is a bit difficult to cover, because even when we talk about intelligence of our brain, we still don't know all the functions that our brains. What we try to associate it to is that when we have machines that are able to imitate intelligent behavior, okay, is when we say that, okay. And if you're pre-programming a chess program and that the system is just following instructions and giving you a solution, it's more of machine learning, okay, but which is a subset of artificial intelligence. When the chess, when the system can actually decide where the positions of the player of the chess and what is the outcome on its own for with respect to every move, that is when we can say that there is a AI present in that particular system, okay. Now, just to give you the thing, we have certain AI related cybercrimes, automated hacking, wherein you can have softwares which are built, okay, which go through a lot of data, okay. It enters into different, it can be used in any device, forum, web, surveillance camera. It can collect data and then try to, that data can be misused, okay. And you have deep fakes, which was also mentioned by the presenter in our first session that we had today, wherein we are talking about actually having software that can change, use your voice, use your videos, etc., and change the context in which you are speaking, which has happened to several celebrities also, okay. We've also had an app which was developed using AI, which would consider, I mean, you could take pictures and nude photos of women, could be meaning fake nude photos of women were created, okay. And also you can weaponize, use AI to weaponize your cybercrime target. On the other hand, how can we use AI with cybersecurity? Now, when there's an attack in cyber world, the problem is that the attack is happening over a massive space. Okay, it's not at a particular instance that a crime is happening. It's over a large space, and when I say the space is filled with data, okay, so it's about going through devices. It's about the criminals using okay, and we don't have the enough skills maybe to deal with all this. Okay, so here's where data last year there. Okay, so how AI is being used at present to assist is by to detect if there is any vulnerabilities, a company can use it to detect if there are any vulnerabilities in their system. Okay, it can read data, analyze data, because it accesses in data quite fast. The response time to any potential threats is much more than what a human being can do. So in that sense, AI can be used to enhance security. Okay, I would like to just conclude this here. It's a bit difficult to achieve because it is not possible just for you and I to sit and be able to do it. This is happening at global level, across the border, crimes across the border. So when you have curb cybercrime, okay, it is a global effort, and not effort, but all the people in the AI, developing AI systems, that is your body corporates.
I think due to the technical issues, she got logged out.
Ma'am, ma'am, I don't know how much it is lost, but I can take questions because I concluded it.
Yes, the floor is open for the question. I ask the dignitaries if they have any questions.
No questions from my side.
Same from me also. No questions.
Okay, then now we have reached the end of this technical session. I would like to congratulate all the presenters for successful presentation and thank our valuable resource person for their time, precious time, and join us today to make the summit a great success. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the presenters present here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, everyone, all the presenters and participants. We'll just take 2 more minutes and we'll move on to our next session, the cyber talk. I'll just invite all our speakers for the cyber talk to the panel.
Hi everyone, good evening.
Hello, sir. Sorry for the delay.
No problem, Marsha. I think these presentations that the students were giving were quite interesting that I was looking into for past 1 hour. So it was a great session that case.
So just give me 2 more minutes. I'm just asking other speakers to join. We have 2 more speakers for the talk.
Sure.
other speakers are joining by then, we can start the session, I guess. Saksham, please start. Saksham. Am I audible?
Yes, Asha, you are.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next session, which is Cyber Talk on the role of technology in victim assistance. I would like to introduce our first speaker for the session, Mr. Nimish Koyal. He has more than 6 years of experience in various fields of IT and cybersecurity, and currently he is the manager at cybersecurity at Ernest and Young. Sir, stage is all yours.
Hi, thanks, Asha. The topic is quite interesting. Thank you for introducing. The role of technology in victim assistance. And if you look in today's world, the crime that used to happen where we were having a paper information was different from what it is now. Earlier, attackers had to physically go into the premise of someone from where they left to steal the information. And in today's world, they can do it by sitting at their home. So if you look at technology, it has evolved multifolds from last few years. And if you also look at the evolution from last 5 to 6 years, the technology, the advancement of technologies, the awareness in the technologies have drastically increased. And not only the people, the criminals are also, making their way out and thinking out of the box to make those crimes. I think everybody would have seen Jamtara, which is a great series to see how they've evolved with the attacks that they used to do on people. They were first. Jamtara is the best example for everybody to see what sort of cyber attacks can happen. In the first series, you saw that initially it was easier for people to manipulate and then ask for the OTPs, which eventually they were able to break a lot of people. But as people became cyber aware, they also had to adopt to new technologies. And the attackers bring in new technologies where they manipulated other people's by bringing in trust. They targeted human psychology in their field, and with those human psychologies things, they now attack everyone who is outside the outside their premise. So, and whenever cyber attack happens, it is not just someone who is actually not knowledgeable or who is not cyber aware. Attack can happen to anybody who is actually negligent, someone who is actually well educated. If you see large attacks, it happens on the company CEO, someone who is actually building a brand, and those people are also not cyber safe today because they do not have time to verify things, and that is where the attackers leverage those technologies. So from an end user perspective also. If you look in today's world, if someone today calls you and says, that I'm speaking from this bank and they have your real information, you will trust them. By default, you will trust them, and then after one level of scrutiny from your end, you will provide the information. That is how the attacks have now also evolved. Now, with the involvement of social networking sites like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, your other social networking sites where you evolve, your professional information, your personal information, everything is already available. So if someone calls you and gives you some of the details which is actually only related to you, it might not be necessary that they are a legitimate user who is calling you to help you. They might be an attacker because you have exchanged all those information already on the social media. So that is the power of social media as well. So those are technology enablement that has happened during the years, which are now building up and making the attackers work easier for you to manipulate them. It is always easier for an attacker to attack someone's psychology than to attack a system, because to attack a system they will have to learn a lot of things from the IT perspective, role of the technology, how it works, where they can break it. But for breaking a human, it is easier, and they leverage those technologies in their favor to make sure that they get what they want. So a lot of cyber attacks have happened, even to my known ones as well. If you look at them, that they tried to install some third-party softwares as well on your phones. And with those softwares, now you do not need to provide any information at your end. They will just see whatever pops on your phone. And they will build a trust as well that, now since I'm not asking anything, but they already have the complete visibility of your phone. So how much aware you need to be at what point in time is also something which is very important. Now, to fix these issues, for example, there was now, if you have a Paytm on your phone and you try to install any application which will eventually give a complete visibility of your phone, and then you open your Paytm account or some other account from which you want to do a transaction, it will give you a pop-up that there is a third-party application which should not be installed on your laptop, which is unsafe. Now, please remove it before you move further. This is how the organization are also changing based on the threats and the new attacks that are coming in day in and day out. So, I would like to engage someone else also if they have some points on this, how these attacks are also catered to.
Gaurav sir, we have also Gaurav Gulati at the panel. He is he's the founder of the Roy Penal Group. Sir, would you like to say a few words?
Very good evening to everyone present here. Today, I was given at a very later stage. So I will be talking about the layers of security which can help in the cyber security. So once we start talking about the layers, a common misconceptions among those outside security sector is that a single technology, a single action or software or strategy can make an organization secure. So dealing with these, what are these 7 layers of security and OSI model? So because I have some problem in sharing, so I'll just take up the task with this. So there are 2 layers which can be divided into 2 spheres, which is host layers and the media layers. So the host layer, what we deal is the data in application, network process to applicants. Then it is presentation, data representation, and encryption. Then we talk about the session, which is inter-host communication. And the 4th segment is the segments, transport, end-to-end connection and reliability. And the second layer, which we call as the media layer, is the packets, which is divided into network, path determination, and IP, logical addressing. Then it's the frames, which is data, links, MCA, and LLC, physical addressing. Then we talk about the bits, which is physical, media, signal, and binary transmission. So this is how we basically layer up these things when it comes to your data security. Unfortunately, what happens is your cybersecurity today goes far beyond a networking only approach. Today, cybersecurity transways far beyond the network realms and endpoint parameters and human on the outside, because there is nothing related to the humans now. Whatever we are doing is the technology, and whatever security we need is security for the technologies we are adopting these days. Now, if we talk about the layers of the cyber security is divided, like there are 7 layers. The outermost layer is the human layer, which deals with the missions and everything. So now I will be discussing more on the points. So if we talk about the basic 7 layers, is mission critical assets. This is the data you need to protect. The second is the data security. The data security controls protect the storage and transfer of your data. Then it comes to the application security. The application security controls protect access to the application and applications access to your mission critical assets and the internal security of the application. Endpoint security is the 4th layer, which is the endpoint security controls and protects the connections between the devices and the networks these days. Because these days, what we basically is, like right now we are going through a Zoom meeting. So if there is any hacker who can directly get into your computers with getting the access of your computer, and he might infringe your security in this sphere. Then there's the network security. Network security controls and protects the organization's network and prevent unauthorized access to the network. So coming to the 6th point is the perimeter security. Perimeter security controls, including both the physical and the digital security methodologies that protect the business overall. So whatever business we are having over here, that can be controlled by the hackers. So the 7th layer is the human layer. Humans are the weakest link in any cybersecurity portion we talk about. Human security controls include punishing situations and access management control that protect mission critical assets from a wide variety of human threats, including cyber criminals, insiders, and negligent users. So this is how we have been dealing with these things, and now it is the time to how to get rid of these issues which are coming day to day to us. So once we are dealt with things, and then we go for cyber security and to complain at a cyber policing. So before that, what exactly we have to take care, that is the point. So talking again, I would request another panel of mine to discuss more about the things, because this is not my cyber security is not my domain. So I would request my panelist brother to conclude it.
I think you made a great point, Gaurav, where you said, humans are the weakest link in cybersecurity. I might, rephrase the term. Instead of a weakest link, I can say, humans are the primary attack vectors that helps an attacker to get into something wherever they want. And, as I was stating earlier, the psychology plays a major role in those social engineering attacks. If we look in today's world, there are 4 major categories of social engineering that happens. One is phishing. As a lot of people would be aware, sometimes we receive email with some links or attachments. Those are one of the scenarios. Second is SMSing, which is phishing through SMS, where you receive some text which is having a malicious code, maybe a link where you will have to provide. Then there is voice phishing, which is also called phishing, on which you receive a phone call on your cell, and then through that phone call, they try to manipulate you, get the information, as many information as possible, and then leverage those information against you. And last one is QR phishing, which is QRishing in the cybersecurity terms that we call. In today's every transaction that we do is through a QR code. We all use UPI for payment. We scan the QR code at every shop now and then. And we are also not aware whether that QR code is actually redirecting us to the correct website. Mostly it is, but sometimes when we are accessing that and scanning that QR code from a public interface or a public area, you might have a QR code which is malicious. And as soon as you scan it and you click on it, you will be redirected to a malicious website, which intent will download some of the files which are actually not required on your laptop or maybe your mobile phones, and your information can be exchanged. See, a small QR can be leveraged and will steal all your identity, all your information. And what we are doing, we are just enabling ourselves to use the technology, and that is also becoming a risk nowadays. So even if the technology is evolving, we will have to be mindful at every point in time to make sure whatever we are doing, we are double checking it and ensuring that we are not getting manipulated at any point in time.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, so we have been talking about the challenges since morning. Most of the speakers have been focusing on cybersecurity issues. But in this cyber talk, let's bring the focus on how actually we can use the technology in benefit of the victims or of various crimes. What do you think? How IT can be something very useful tool if we talk about, creating awareness with regards to different crimes, maybe different cyber crimes or even physical crimes among general people.
Okay, great, Asha. So, circling back to what I was saying, when you talk about the technology and how technology will eventually help people who are now the victim, you have multiple solutions that are available in the market that we should be taking care of when we are installing something. In today's world, you still see a lot of uh, pirated windows that are installed on the laptops. You might see a lot of softwares which are directly downloaded from anywhere, and we do not see those softwares are actually legitimate. But since we have the use case, everything else is paid, we tend to install it. So to make sure we do not do all those things, we only use the correct softwares and the applications that should be installed on our laptops or on our phones. That should be encouraged. We should always have an antivirus in place, because these are small technologies that eventually helps you protect from all of these things that are happening in social engineering. Now the technologies have also evolved. The earlier the antivirus, you look at it, it was just the traditional antivirus. If something comes on your systems, it detects, you will have to manually scan it, and then it will detect and remove some of the files. In today, those technology have also evolved in a way, as soon as you click on something, they will tell you that you are clicking on something which is malicious. You might have seen on some of the computers who are having a genuine window or a software which will eventually protect you. Maybe a laptop's firewall is a small thing that can be installed on your laptop to make sure whatever traffic is going out of your system or coming in is actually protected. These are very small technologies that eventually we all as an external user avoid, because to save just a small amount of money, which will eventually cost us a lot more later on if it happens. It is about just getting a chance. In today's world, it is, you are not visible, only then you are not hacked. Otherwise, everybody who is outside and on the social media, everybody is hackable. Everybody. No, even the cyber experts who might be saying they might also get exploited and then hacked because of these technologies.
So true, sir. Gaurav, sir, would you like to say a few words on this?
I would like give my second to my co-panelists that everything in this world is hackable nowadays. You cannot even say that today we are having this meeting and this meeting can even be hacked. So cybersecurity is something which we ourselves have to make us strong through the internet connectivities or through applications or any devices, whatever we are using and whatever. Like I have a story to tell. There is an intern who was interning in my office. I was in Delhi that time. So what happened was I got a message on WhatsApp, which usually shows give us a dialog box that end-to-end encrypts and everything. So I got a message, "Hello sir, how are you?" I was shocked. Like my interns do not message me randomly on such things. So when I got into that and I got to know after that when she asked money to me on the WhatsApp, now see where we are standing. Even our WhatsApps are not safe. It took around 6 months to her to get her account regaining. Like it took her 6 months. So now if we are using any technology which is giving us benefits, we should be careful also with those technologies. Whatever dialog boxes come on our PCs, whatever we usually see has to be taken care of. Now you cannot accept everything and just go beyond. It is the time where you have to read every point which the internet browser is giving you, your application is giving you. It's not the time कि आपने एक अपना computer खोला और कुछ भी दिखाया जैसे we used to do earlier 5, 7, 10 years back. Any dialog box is coming, हमने उसको click किया, yes accept, cookies, yes accept, and then we start using these things. So now we have to be very secure with everything, whatever we are doing, whatever we are moving out and moving in the internet scenario. So that has to be taken care and everybody has to protect himself. Nobody is going to come and cater you protection on these things. If you have a laptop, you need to have an antivirus. If you are using a good phone, you need to have certain things which are basically which are the mandates of the company which is serving you the good telecom services. So you yourself have to be careful and start with your day, because you cannot say कि आज हमारा hack नहीं हुआ तो कल. It is like कि कभी भी आपका कुछ भी hack हो सकता है और कुछ भी कैसे भी हो सकता है. You yourself have to manage. Yes, the government is doing its part. The government, अभी मैं आज सुबह के अखबार में पढ़ रहा था, on UPI there has a scheme which will come down जिसमें ये कहते हैं your UPI payments will be secured. So somehow they will secure you, but the major part of your security is in your hands. So before doing anything on internet, check, go through the details, go to the ratings and whatever available things are there. That's how we can secure ourselves on the cyber security part. So everything is not in the hands of the police and the cyber policing or the government. It is at times your duty to secure yourself.
Yeah, as Gaurav said, I think identity theft nowadays is a major concern. With all the platforms, you do not know whether the other person, if I try to join it from some other mobile, you would permit me by my name itself. So that is also one of the major concerns that is there in today's world. And if you look at it, why it happens is sometimes we have a weak password, because since we have to manage multiple accounts, we tend to keep similar password or same password, which is easier for us to remember. Now that also becomes a problem nowadays. If through any means, through any third-party website, for example, Zomato was hacked earlier. If you have kept your Gmail ID in the Zomato's database, you would have seen your account getting leaked on some maybe deep web, dark web websites where they sell the credentials, and you are using the same credentials somewhere else. So your account on the other websites also get compromised through that. And to cater these, now you have password vaults, password manager applications. Maybe phones have also enabled it. A two-factor authentication is also enabled to make sure that these, even if your password, first level of authentication authorization is leaked, you still have a second mechanism to ensure that your identity is protected. If you look at the factor why you have a two-factor authentication these days in a lot of applications, is because of that only. The first password is something that you know. It can be in your mind. If you write it somewhere, somebody else can also know. Second protection is something that you have. Something that you have could be identical to you. Your mobile device is something that you have. If you receive an OTP, that is something that you have. You will get it on your personal devices. Your thumbprint, biometrics are something that you have that cannot be owned by somebody else. These are few techniques that technologies are eventually evolving to make sure that you are making it hard on the hackers also to get into your mind and your systems.
Sorry, I just got disconnected. I had one more question. As both of you said, how as an individual, what steps we can take to keep ourselves secure online. But there are various ways that the hackers or the people who want to commit different types of cybercrime, they are using innovative ways to actually commit cybercrime. So as a normal person or layman who is not really related to any cyber field or any organization like us, we have been we organize events or summits like these to educate people. But as a person who is not really connected to anyone related to cybersecurity, how can that person be really updated about these techniques and be safe?
See, I think in today's world, with these all the technologies, all the information available online, there are few things that we should keep in mind. Is at least students, new students, as I was seeing last 1 hour, we had a lot of presentation. Those people will have to be torch bearers for at least for people who are around them, to make sure that they tell people that these things happen. And when it happens, these are few protective mechanisms that they can take. Maybe I was talking about the password vault that can be utilized to make sure you have different password for different accounts. And you will have one thing is, today we will have to stop undermining attackers. If they are thinking of the innovative ways to hack us, we will have to think of innovative ways to protect us as well. So if we've kept just one password, we are seeing, look, no, this is something that will protect us. Tomorrow they will also come out of it and leverage some of the identity that you have exchanged. So you will also have to think innovatively. Maybe something which was a protective mechanism 6 months before might not be applicable now. So in that terms, and secondly, talk to people whenever it happens. If you are a victim, don't be ashamed. Tell people, go to right people and ask them what should we do, because there are people who will help you in those scenarios. Just don't give out any information in fear, because that is also part of human psychology. As I was stating earlier, you panic. There is a moment of fear in your thought, whether I should do it, what will happen, whatever has happened. But for you to give people a surety that come to us whenever something happens, is something that you'll have to give. Maybe to the elderly people somewhere, you have people who are living nearby who are not aware. Make sure these small things are actually available to them, and you talk something about it.
So as a cyber security manager, have you come across any such scenarios where the hackers used any creative method which you were really unaware of, and you were like, okay, this is also now happening with with the employees of your company?
So I'll tell you, in my field of work, I act as ethical hacker for the organizations. So in those terms, we also have to be creative in identifying it. And what they typically do, they leverage the actual technology nowadays. You have Make My Trip, you have other social platforms that you use. For everything you now use app, even for ticket booking, movie tickets, whether you have to go or a transport ticket, everything is available now online. So when you are providing the same information as an individual on all the apps. Even if one app is unsecure and it gives out your information on all the other apps would be same. So what the attackers try to do, they first identify the weak points in these applications, and those weak points then further circle back to you, and they go to the right website where they want that information. So whenever we are registering to some application, we should also see whether that particular organization is protected enough to handle our information in today's world. Because right now data privacy law is not there in India, but future when it comes, that will be the main headache for the organization as well.
True. Thank you so much, sir. Before I move forward, I'd like to ask Gaurav sir if you have any last few words for our participants. Okay, sir, you have any last something to say to the participants?
So I'd like to say, there's no silver bullet to any cyber crime that we can give and everybody will get protected. But these small steps where we are aware what needs to be done, and we are mindful of installing anything that we are doing, whether it is on a personal laptop or on our mobile phones, we should double check it. At least we should question ourselves whether it is all right or not. There are app stores that gives you application, and there's some application which directly comes to you. There are softwares which are pirated. Though all these things are risky, and when we are identifying it and utilizing it unknowingly, we are actually not aware what information we are giving out to them. So we should always be mindful and educate everybody, at least in our near circle, to make sure whatever knowledge we have in terms of cybersecurity is also distributed around to make everyone protected.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would also like to thank everyone who has attended online, has been patiently waiting since morning. And thank you so much. We are grateful that everyone, the speakers, our resource person, and all the participants have been a part of this World Cybersecurity Summit. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. This was the last session for the day. And tomorrow we'll start again with our next session which is the career development workshop at 10:30 a.m. So see you all there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Asha. It was nice interacting. Thanks, Gaurav. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.